Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I'm not telling these stories because I want attention. I'm telling them because I made the mistake of thinking it was over. For years, I filed it away the way you file away anything your brain can't solve under "we were tired, we were spooked, it was probably nothing." I went back to work. I paid rent. I did normal adult things. I stopped camping, sure, but I didn't stop living. And most nights, that felt like proof that whatever happened out there in the woods had stayed out there. Then tonight happened. It's January, and it's the kind of cold that makes your apartment sound alive, pipes ticking the building, settling the distant elevator dinging somewhere down the hall. I was at my desk with my laptop open, trimming audio for this video, wearing cheap headphones that press too hard against your ears if you sit long enough. Outside my blinds, a neon sign across the street washed the wall in a sick, watery blue-green. The room smelled like old coffee and warm electronics. Nothing dramatic, just real. I hit play on the timeline. At first it was normal, my own voice steady, explaining why we went camping, laughing a little like I still didn't believe myself. Then there was a gap in the audio where I'd cut a breath. In that gap, the room should have been silent. Instead, my refrigerator clicked off. Not loud, not even unusual, just that tiny mechanical punctuation you stop noticing until you're alone at night. A second later, the HVAC cycled down too, and the air stopped moving. The sudden quiet felt heavy, like someone had lowered a thick blanket over the entire apartment. I sat still, waiting for the fan to kick back on, waiting for the normal noises to return. They didn't. In the dead space between those two ordinary sounds, fridge click, HVAC stop, I heard something that did not belong in my building. A slow scrape. Not a footstep. Not a neighbor's chair dragging, softer than that. Like fabric nylon being pulled carefully across dirt. The sound came from the other side of my front door, just in the hallway, as if someone had set something down and dragged it an inch at a time. I froze with my hand on the mouse. My first thought was stupid and automatic, someone's moving trash. My second thought was worse. Why would they be doing it this slowly? And then my body remembered before my mind did. My stomach dropped in that specific way it drops when you recognize a danger you've been trying to forget. Because I'd heard that scrape before. Not in this apartment. Not in this city. In a clearing off a Forest Service road where there was no cell service and no other campers, and we went to sleep believing the dark was just empty space. In the kind of place where your tent is the thinnest line between you and whatever decides to walk up close. The scrape came again, closer this time, followed by a faint papery shuffle at the base of my door. Then something slid underneath. A thin strip of paper pushed in with patient pressure, like whoever was on the other side didn't want to make the door rattle. It stopped on my welcome mat like it had been placed for me. I stared at it for a full 5 seconds, listening for footsteps retreating down the hall. Nothing. The building held its breath. I stepped forward and picked the paper up with 2 fingers. It wasn't a letter. It wasn't a note with a signature or a threat. Just 4 words printed in neat label maker style, cold, perfect, and strangely specific, same distance. Again. And right as I read it from inside my own kitchen, my refrigerator made one more soft, final click, like someone had just turned it off from the inside. So yeah, if you click this video for 3 disturbing true camping horror stories, I get it. but I need you to understand something before we start. The scariest part isn't what happened in the woods. The scariest part is what followed me home. I can still smell that gas station when I think about it. Diesel fumes soaked into cold air, burnt coffee that had been sitting too long on a hot plate, and that salty sweet stink of beef jerky hanging in the doorway like a warning sign. It was spring break of my junior year, the kind of week you're supposed to remember as a blur of cheap fun and bad decisions. We didn't have money for beaches or flights, and none of us were the let's spend spring break in Cancun type anyway. We were the let's disappear somewhere quiet type, the kind of people who thought silence was healing. Kevin drove because he always drove. He was the most confident of the four of us, the one who treated uncertainty like it was a puzzle he could solve by being louder than it. Allie sat shotgun with her feet tucked up under her hoodie sleeves pulled over her hands, the kind of anxious comfort habit she never admitted to. Seb was in the back behind me, half asleep, with his ball cap pulled low phone in his hand, like it was an anchor. And me, Evan, 21 at the time, broke overconfident in my own common sense, telling myself I'd been camping enough to know the difference between scary and actually dangerous. We were headed into Colorado, chasing a dot on a camping app that promised dispersed sight like it meant freedom instead of no one will hear you out here. That app was the reason we felt brave. It's funny how a glowing screen can make you trust the unknown. A few photos, a handful of reviews, a little green pin dropped somewhere in the middle of a forest, and suddenly you feel like you've been invited. The highway out of Denver was easy, wide, and bright, the kind of road that makes you forget how quickly things can change once the pavement ends. The sky was that pale March blue that looks clean but feels sharp if you step outside. Snow still clung to the shaded edges of the foothills like old toothpaste. We passed suburban exits and chain restaurants, then warehouses, then open stretches where the wind had nothing to hit except fences and scrub. The radio kept finding stations and losing them, pop static talk, radio static again, like the car couldn't decide what mood to give us. Kevin had some playlist going, nostalgia songs we'd all heard 100 times, and for the first hour it was exactly what you'd expect. We argued about where to stop for lunch. Seb made a joke about how dispersed camping was just a fancy way of saying free. Allie kept checking the weather on her phone even though the forecast hadn't changed in 3 days. I remember laughing hard enough that my ribs hurt at something Kevin said about how we were basically survivalists. And then I remember the moment the laughter fell off, not because anyone got tired, but because the road started to feel like it was leaving the real world behind. We stopped for gas outside a smaller town, one of those places that feels like it exists, mainly to serve travelers, and then go back to sleep when they're gone. The station had a cracked plastic bear statue by the door, and a rack of postcards that looked sun-faded at the edges. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed like angry insects. I bought a Slim Jim I didn't even want, and a bottle of water that tasted faintly of plastic. Kevin filled the tank while Seb checked the tires like he'd suddenly remembered we were going somewhere remote. Allie went in to use the bathroom and came out quieter, rubbing her palms on her jeans like she couldn't get the soap smell off. "You good?" I asked. "Yeah," she said too quickly. "Just weird vibe in there." The mirror in the bathroom was like vibrating. Kevin snorted. "It's a gas station bathroom. It's not supposed to be spiritually calming." Allie tried to laugh, but it didn't land. She climbed back into the car and pulled her hoodie up a little tighter. We drove on. Eventually, the highway narrowed. The exits got farther apart. The mountain shadows looked heavier. Service bars flickered from 3 to 2 to 1. The app's blue dot still moved, still obediently tracking us, but it started to lag little stutters like the phone was getting tired. Kevin missed a turn once because the GPS voice cut out mid-sentence, leaving him within and then silence. Awesome, he said, trying to keep it light. Love that. Love when technology just gives up. Seb leaned forward between the seats, squinting at the screen. It's fine. It's still loading. Just keep going. Keep going, where Ali asked, half joking. Seb pointed. That way. And that was the first time it hit me how quickly directions become primitive when your phone stops being a guide. That way. Over there. Past the thing. Out here, you don't get street names. You get trees. We turned off the main road onto something smaller, then a Forest Service road that looked like it had been sketched into the dirt by someone who didn't want to leave evidence. The pavement vanished, and the car began to talk in a different language, gravel pinging the undercarriage suspension, creaking tires, crunching over loose rock. Dust rose behind us in a pale cloud that hung in the rear view like smoke. The forest closed in. Pines on both sides, tall and dense trunks, dark and straight like they were watching. Patches of old snow lingered under the branches, dirty at the edges, melting into mud that made the road uneven. The light changed too. It didn't get darker exactly. It got filtered like we were driving under a lid. Kevin tried to keep the mood up. He made jokes about bears. He made jokes about getting murdered. He quoted some stupid horror movie line in a deep voice and then laughed at himself. But the longer we drove, the more the jokes sounded like he was trying to convince his own nerves. Because the road really did go on forever. It wasn't just that it was long. It was the sameness. The same curve. The same wall of trees. The same shallow dips that made your stomach float for a second. It became hard to tell whether we were making progress or circling. At some point, the radio gave up completely, and we shut it off because static felt worse than silence. Without music, you could hear everything: the hiss of tires on gravel, the rhythmic squeak of something in the trunk, the faint rattling of a loose cup holder. You could hear our breathing between sentences. I checked my phone. 1 bar. The map was still open, but the little blue dot started to drift, sliding sideways off the road like it was slipping. I tapped the screen. It didn't respond at first. The phone felt warm in my hand, not from charging, just from working too hard. Don't worry, Seb said, reading my face. I screenshotted the route. We're close. How close, Ali asked. Seb hesitated. Like 20 minutes. Kevin glanced back at him. You said 20 minutes, 40 minutes ago? Seb shrugged. It's approximate. That word approximate should have made us turn around. Not because we were in immediate danger, but because being approximate about location in the woods is how people end up on the news. But we were 21. We were together. We were convinced that because we weren't doing anything obviously reckless, we were safe. Then I felt it. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't dizziness like spinning. It was this strange lightheadedness that made the edges of my vision feel slightly too bright. Like I'd stood up too fast, except I hadn't. I swallowed and tried to ignore it. I told myself it was dehydration or altitude or the stale gas station air still clinging to my sinuses. And then I heard something under the engine. A faint, rhythmic knocking, soft, controlled like someone tapping a small object against metal. It wasn't constant. It came in short sets. 3 taps. Pause, 3 taps. Pause. Not loud enough for Kevin to hear over the road noise, maybe, but clear enough that my mind grabbed it and wouldn't let go. I leaned forward, tilting my head, trying to place it. Could it be a loose tool, a rock caught somewhere? A piece of plastic flapping? I listened harder. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. My skin prickled under my hoodie. Do you hear that? I asked casually, like I wasn't trying to keep my voice from tightening. Kevin glanced at me. Hear what? The knocking. Ali turned her head toward the floorboard like she could see through it. Seb stopped scrolling and went still. Kevin laughed once, forced. "That's the road, man. Gravel does weird stuff." "It's not gravel," I said, and immediately regretted saying it that confidently, because then, right as I said it, the knocking stopped. Not faded, not changed, just stopped. Like whoever or whatever was doing it had heard me mention it and decided to go quiet. The car kept moving. The tires kept crunching. The suspension kept groaning. But that small rhythm I'd been tracking gone. Allie's voice was small. Why would it stop like that? Kevin didn't answer right away. He drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, a different rhythm, one he controlled. "Probably shifted," he said. "Whatever it was. It's fine." But his eyes kept flicking to the side mirrors like he expected to see something in the trees pacing us. My phone buzzed once in my hand, a weak vibration like a dying heartbeat. The screen dimmed. The map froze. And then the phone shut off completely. No dramatic warning. No low battery pop-up. Just black. In the sudden silence of that dead screen, the forest felt closer. Kevin forced another joke. "Cool. Love that. Now we can't even call a ghost for directions." Nobody laughed. Outside, the road curved again, and for a moment the trees opened just enough for me to see the sky, thin, blue, cold, and distant, before the pines closed in and swallowed it. We drove on anyway, deeper, following a route we could no longer verify, trusting a memory screenshot and our own stubborn momentum. And the whole time in the back of my mind, I kept waiting for the knocking to come back 3 taps. Pause, 3 taps, like a signal we weren't supposed to notice until it was too late. By the time we finally found the clearing, the sun was already starting to lean low behind the trees, turning the whole forest the color of old copper. Kevin eased the car off the rutted road and into an open patch of dirt and scrub that looked like it had been scraped raw by water years ago. There was a shallow dip running through it. What used to be a creek bed, dried and cracked, now lined with stones that looked bleached, like bones left out too long. The engine shut off, and the quiet hit us so fast it felt like pressure. You don't notice how much noise you live inside until you turn it off completely. No highway hum, no distant sirens, no neighbors through the wall. Just wind whispering through pine needles and the faint, intermittent tick of the cooling engine. It made the clearing feel staged, like a set built for the 4 of us to walk into. "Okay," Kevin said, clapping his hands once the sound too sharp in that open air. "This is perfect." Ally didn't answer right away. She stepped out slowly, looking around the way you look around a parking lot at night. Her eyes tracked the tree line like she was checking for movement. Seb walked the perimeter with his phone held up instinctively, as if the screen could still catch signal if he aimed it at the sky. I stood there with my backpack strap cutting into my shoulder and tried to convince myself that the lightheaded feeling from the drive was fading. The air was cold enough to taste thin clean with that metallic edge you get at altitude, like you're breathing through a coin. We moved into camp mode because camp mode is a ritual, and rituals make you feel in control. Kevin popped the trunk and started tossing out gear. Allie immediately took over the organization. Without saying she was doing it, she always did that. She'd never call herself anxious, but she had a way of making order out of chaos, like it was a survival instinct. "Let's keep the tents close," she said, not looking at anyone as she spoke, but not so close we trip over each other. 15 feet, Seb offered. Practical as always. Kevin grinned. 15 feet, ma'am. I watched them talk and felt that familiar comfort of being with people who knew your rhythms. We'd done trips together since freshman year, cheap motels, broken down hiking boots, late-night fast food eaten in a parking lot with the radio on low. Kevin was the chaos. Allie was the caution. Seb was the map. And me. I was the one who always claimed I could handle anything as long as I had the facts. Out here, I didn't have facts. I had trees. We picked spots based on laziness, whatever ground looked flattest, whatever had the fewest rocks. My tent went down first, because I wanted to get it over with. The fabric snapped in the wind as I unfurled it, that familiar nylon smell like a new backpack. I hammered stakes into dirt that was packed hard and stubborn, each hit echoing outward. The sound didn't get swallowed the way it does in a city. It carried clean and sharp, like knocking on a hollow door. When Kevin built the fire, it was like the whole scene warmed up visually and emotionally. Flames are primitive permission. The first spark caught, then the kindling flared, and soon we had a decent little cone of light in the center of all that surrounding dark. The fire ring looked old stones arranged in a rough circle, blackened. That should have comforted me, proof that other people had been here. But for some reason, it made the clearing feel like it had a history we didn't know. We ate like broke college kids pretending to be outdoorsmen. Sandwiches crushed in a cooler. Chips. A couple cheap beers, each warm by the time we cracked them. Kevin dealt cards on a flat rock like it was a table in a casino. Allie tried to play normal, but every now and then, her attention flicked away to the trees, and her fingers would tap her can lightly like she was counting time. The fire popped and snapped, bright little explosions that made all of us jerk our eyes toward the dark without meaning to. Every pop sounded too much like a footstep on gravel. Every shift of wind sounded like fabric moving. When I leaned back and looked past the firelight, the tree line seemed to begin where the light ended, as if there was no gradual fade, just a hard boundary between safe and not. "At least it's not creepy," Kevin said, as if he could hear my thoughts. Allie exhaled a quick laugh. "Why would you say that?" Because he said, shrugging. "It's just woods, trees, stars, nature." I looked up. The stars really were unreal. Out there away from town, they weren't the washed-out sprinkle you get near streetlights. They were dense, too many of them, almost aggressive. The Milky Way was a pale smear across the sky, like someone had dragged a chalky thumb through it. The air had that cold clarity that makes you feel awake even when you're tired, like your lungs are being rinsed. For a few minutes, we let ourselves sink into the lull. The fire had settled into a steady crackle. The wind was mild. Seb told a story about a scout trip where someone swore they saw eyes glowing in the brush, and Kevin turned it into a joke about raccoons running a cult. Allie relaxed enough to lean her head against her knees. I remember thinking, this is it. This is why we came. This is the version of camping people post online. And then for no real reason, the lightheaded feeling came back. Not stronger, just present. Like a subtle reminder. I stood to pee and walked a few yards away from the firelight, just far enough that the warmth fell off my skin. The cold hit hard. The darkness out there wasn't empty, it had texture. It felt layered. I did my business quickly and turned back. That's when I heard the first thing that made my throat tighten. A soft shift in the trees. Not a branch falling, not wind. More like weight moving. The kind of sound you only notice when you're alone and quiet enough to hear your own pulse. I stopped and listened. Nothing. I told myself it was a squirrel, a deer, something normal. I walked back into the light and didn't mention it, because saying it out loud would make it real, and I didn't want to be the guy who ruined the vibe. We called it around 11. That part was normal too. We were tired from the drive and the altitude and the thin air that makes you yawn. Kevin doused the fire until it hissed and died, sending up a sour smell of wet ash. Headlamps flicked on and off as we moved around beams cutting through the dark like knives. The clearing became a different place without the fire, colder, flatter, less friendly. I crawled into my tent and zipped it up. The nylon made that harsh, ripping sound as the zipper ran along, and for a second, I hated how loud it was. My sleeping bag smelled faintly like detergent and dust. I plugged my phone into my portable charger out of habit, even though I knew it wasn't going to find service out there. I lined my shoes up by the flap. I pulled my hoodie off and used it as a pillow. I should tell you something about me. I'm not one of those people who can fall asleep anywhere. I'm the opposite. I wake up if a neighbor's dog barks. I wake up if my AC changes pitch. At home, I sleep with a fan just to drown out the little building noises that make my brain start imagining things. Camping is usually brutal for me. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind, every change in temperature turns into a reason to wake up. I've always been like that. Light sleeper, easily startled. My friends used to make fun of me for it. So what happened next is what makes my stomach still twist when I think about it. I lay there listening to the forest settle. Somewhere far off, an owl called once and then stopped. The wind moved through the pines like a slow exhale. I waited for my brain to do what it always does. Start cataloging sounds, start building scenarios. Instead, it felt like someone turned a dial. The darkness didn't just get quiet, it got thick. My thoughts slowed. My eyelids got heavy in a way that didn't match how awake I'd been minutes earlier. The air inside the tent felt warmer than it should have. My body sank into the sleeping bag like it was suddenly made for me. I remember one clear thought, sharp as a pin: this is too easy. And then there was nothing. No drifting, no half dreams, no waking up to pee, no cold shiver snapping me awake. Just a hard, dreamless blackout like a switch flipped, and the next thing I knew, pale morning light was pressing against the tent wall. I woke up and immediately knew something was wrong, not because I heard anything, but because I didn't. Usually when you wake up camping, you wake up to a mess of sound. Birds, wind, a zipper from another tent, someone coughing, your own breath loud in the cold, a distant vehicle if you're near a road. Something. This time there was a silence that felt arranged, clean, intentional, like the forest had been swept. For a few seconds I just lay there blinking into the dim light, trying to get my bearings. My phone was still plugged into the portable charger beside me. The little charging light on the battery pack was on. That tiny LED glow made me feel weirdly safe, like proof that time had continued normally. I unzipped the tent to get air. The sound of the zipper was loud enough to make me wince, and when I pushed the flap open, cold air spilled in, sharp and fresh and metallic. And then I froze. All 4 tents were in different places, not collapsed, not ransacked, not chewed by some animal, moved. They were arranged in a perfect square formation, each tent facing inward with a small stack of stones in the center, like a minimalist sculpture. 4 stones balanced one on top of the other. Neat, deliberate. Something you'd see on a trail as a marker, except this wasn't a trail. This was our campsite. For a moment, I genuinely thought I was still asleep. My eyes tried to reject what they were seeing. The square was too precise. The distance between the tents looked measured, like someone had paced it out. I stepped out slowly, barefoot in cold dirt, and the first thing I did before yelling, before panicking, was check my own tent, because my brain needed a normal anchor. The stakes were still sunk deep. The tent was taut. My sleeping bag was exactly where I left it. My shoes were still by the flap. My charger cord was still plugged in. Nothing inside had slid or spilled. It was as if someone had lifted the entire tent stakes and all and carried it. That's when the fear hit, not a scream, not a rush, but a thick, slow dread crawling up my spine. "Kevin!" I yelled, voice cracking. Ali Seb, Kevin emerged first, hair sticking up, blinking, like he'd been dropped into a different reality. He looked around, and his face changed without him saying a word. The joke version of Kevin gone. His mouth opened slightly and stayed that way, like his brain was buffering. Ali crawled out next, tugging her hoodie tight, eyes immediately scanning, then locking on the stone stack. She didn't speak. She just stared like she was watching something that might move if she blinked. Seb came out last, quiet hand on his tent zipper, like he expected it to fight him. He stepped into the open and looked down at the ground first, not the tents, like he was searching for a reason. "Did we?" Kevin started, then stopped. He couldn't even form the question. "No," I said, because I needed to say something. "No, we didn't do this." Allie's voice was thin. "I had a dream," she said. Kevin turned toward her, eyes wide. "Me too." I felt my stomach drop. "What kind of dream?" Allie swallowed hard. "I was walking in a straight line. And someone was counting my steps out loud. Not yelling, not whispering, just counting like it mattered." Kevin nodded quickly, too quickly. "Marching," he said. "That's what mine was. Like I was in the army, boots hitting dirt. Same rhythm. Like I wasn't allowed to stop." Seb looked between us. "I didn't dream," he said. I feel like I didn't. I feel like I was gone. I wanted to argue. I wanted to force a rational explanation into the space. But the truth was, my own body felt off. Heavy, warm. Like I'd slept under a weighted blanket and didn't remember falling asleep. My mouth tasted stale. My thoughts felt a half-second behind my eyes. We walked the clearing carefully, like stepping wrong might trigger something. Seb found the first drag mark, 2 thin lines carved in the dirt where my tent used to be. They ran from the original spot to where the tent now stood. "That's us," he said, pointing. "That's one." We found 3 more, one for each tent. The drag marks stopped about 10 feet short of the tent's current locations. I stared at that blank space, smooth dirt, no streaks, no scrape, like it was a missing sentence. "Why would it stop there?" Ali whispered. Kevin crouched near the end of one drag line and ran his fingers through it like he expected to find a thread. Because he said slowly, they picked it up. The word they hung in the air like smoke. We all looked at the stone stack again. It was centered too perfectly. 4 stones, 4 tents, 4 of us. I didn't like the symmetry. Symmetry felt like intention. Kevin, maybe because he couldn't stand the idea of it having power, walked right up to it. "Dude," I said, but it came out weak. He leaned in, examining the top stone like it might have writing on it. Then his boot caught on something, a root, a rock, I don't know, and he stumbled forward. His hand clipped the stack. The stones toppled, not dramatic, just a simple clatter onto dirt. For one heartbeat, the only sound was that small, harmless tumble. Then the woods answered. A low rumbling rose from somewhere deep beyond the tree line, slow, grinding, heavy. Not like thunder, not like a truck, like stone moving against stone, like a massive slab being shifted in the dark. The sound rolled across the clearing and vibrated in my ribs. And at the exact same moment, every single bird sound cut out. No chirps, no calls, no wings. Just us and that grinding sound, like we'd knocked on a door we didn't know existed, and something on the other side had decided to open it. For a second, after the rumble started, none of us moved. It was like the sound pinned us in place. It wasn't loud in the way an explosion is loud. It was deep, low, heavy, like it belonged underground. You didn't just hear it in your ears. You felt it in your ribs, under your teeth. It reminded me of standing too close to a passing train when I was a kid, that dense vibration that made your bones feel hollow. Then the birds stopped. The silence that followed wasn't gradual. One moment there were distant chirps and the faint flutter of wings, and the next there was nothing. No insect buzz, no rustle, no leaves, just the lingering rumble sliding under everything like a slow exhale. I looked at Kevin. He was still frozen with one foot near the fallen stones, his eyes too wide, his chest barely moving. "Kevin," I said, but the word felt strangely far away, like it belonged to somebody else. He blinked, just once, and then something shifted in his face. He didn't apologize. He didn't try to laugh it off. He just turned and headed straight for his tent. Allie did the same. One second she was staring at the tree line, the next she was moving hood up, shoulders tucked, walking quickly, but not running, like some instinct in her knew that running would make us prey. Seb brushed past me without a word, already zipping his tent open, already stuffing things inside bags. It was as if someone had flipped a switch inside all of us at the same time. We didn't talk about leaving. We just started packing. I don't remember deciding. There was no group vote, no "guys, let's get out of here." It was like our minds had clicked into the same track. Fear had become a shared language, and it told all of us the same thing: go. My hands were shaking as I tore open my tent and dove inside. The air in there still held the faint warmth of my body from the night, but it felt wrong now, stale, like it had been occupied by something else while I was gone. I grabbed my sleeping bag and rolled it without finesse, stuffing it into its sack in an uneven, bulging mess. My fingers fumbled with the drawstring. It felt like trying to tie knots underwater. Outside, the rumble kept going in long pulses. It wasn't constant. It came in waves, growl, pause, growl, like whatever was making it was straining, shoving something heavy into place. With each new swell of sound, my heart seemed to jump to match it, speeding up, then sinking, then tripping over itself when the rumble paused. I could hear the others moving too. Zippers, the clink of metal against metal, a muttered curse from Seb. The quick, shallow breaths Allie made when she was trying not to cry. None of it sounded separate. It was all part of the same frantic rhythm. The tent fabric brushed my cheek as I turned too fast. That thin slap of nylon made me flinch hard, like someone had reached in and touched me. I shoved my backpack toward the door, then crawled after it, knees scraping the floor. I stepped outside again, blinking in the light. The sky looked too calm for what was happening, pale, washed-out blue with a few high clouds, the sun still low enough that the shadows of the trees stretched long and sharp across the clearing like dark fingers. "Don't forget your charger," Allie said, without looking at me. Her voice seemed to come from inside my own head. I glanced back. My portable battery pack was still in the corner of my tent, little LED still glowing. Without really thinking, I grabbed it, coil of cord dangling, and shoved it into my bag. That's when the first jump scare hit. I was bent down, reaching for one of my tent stakes, fingers closing around the cool metal, when something on the other side of the fabric caught. The tent wall snapped tight against my hand, hard, like someone had grabbed a fistful of nylon from the outside and yanked. I recoiled so fast I fell back onto the dirt, my heels digging ruts. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard it hurt. For a split second, I saw the tent not as an object, but as a skin suddenly stretched over a shape. "Did you see that?" I gasped. Kevin's head whipped around from where he was shoving his sleeping bag into the trunk. "See what?" "The tent," I said, pointing with a hand I couldn't stop shaking. Something, just the fabric hung loose now. Just a limp, harmless wall, like it had never moved. A draft whispered across my fingers. The rumble rolled again, longer this time. It felt like the forest was clearing its throat. Allie's voice cut in tight. Just pack. Okay, just pack. Her words weren't a suggestion. They were an echo of what my own nerves were screaming. I got back to my feet, legs unsteady, and yanked the stake free. The metal scraped in the dirt with a sound that made my teeth clench. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Seb moving in fast, efficient bursts. He was the most collected of us, but even he couldn't hide the tremor in his hands. He checked his watch, then stopped staring at it for a fraction of a second too long, like the time on it didn't match what he expected. "Seb," I said. "What doesn't matter?" he muttered, stuffing the watch into his pocket. "It doesn't matter. We're leaving." We kept working, and the more we moved, the more the silence between the rumble waves felt wrong. In those gaps, my ears strained for any normal forest sound. A bird, a chipmunk, wind through needles, anything. There was nothing. It reminded me of the moment before a refrigerator kicks on the way the quiet has a shape. Except out here, there was no fridge, no AC unit, nothing mechanical that should be cycling. My brain, desperate for something familiar, supplied the comparison anyway. It sounds like a house when everything shuts off at once, I thought, like power going out. The rumble came again. This time it felt closer. I could feel it in the soil under my boots, a faint vibration. Not enough to knock you off balance, but enough to make the hairs on your arms stand up. The drag lines from last night, the faint twin grooves where my tent had been hauled, seemed to shiver for a heartbeat, like they were remembering the movement. "Guys," Allie said quietly. "Can you feel that? In your chest?" "Yes," I said. "Yes," Kevin said. Seb didn't answer, but I saw his throat working. We didn't move to comfort each other. We didn't crack jokes anymore. We just kept packing almost in sync. Zipper fold shove, zipper fold shove. The whole scene felt choreographed, like we were dancers in someone else's routine. As I collapsed the tent poles, the structure sagged inward, then snapped free. The nylon billowed once in a gust of wind and then settled limp on the ground. I rolled it up badly uneven, fighting the stiff fabric as if it were resisting. Every time my fingers brushed it, that earlier yank flashed in my mind. I kept picturing a hand I couldn't see gripping it from the other side. I was so focused on my own gear that it took me a moment to realize Kevin had stopped moving. He stood beside the car, one arm braced on the open trunk, looking past us toward the dried creek bed. His face was pale, his jaw clenched. What I said, panic making my voice sharp. "What is it?" He didn't answer. He just lifted his other hand and pointed. At first, I didn't see what he was pointing at. It was just the same cluster of rocks and brittle grass and the shallow dip of earth. And then my eyes adjusted, and I saw it. A new set of lines in the dirt. Not drag marks like the ones behind the tents. These were shallower, a matched pair, starting near the fallen stone pile and running toward the creek bed. They stopped halfway down the slope and disappeared into the hard-packed earth, like whatever made them had gone down. My stomach turned. "We need to go," Allie whispered. "We need to go right now." Her phrasing echoed my own thoughts almost exactly. It made my skin crawl. Seb slammed the last door of the car with more force than necessary. The sound cracked across the clearing and bounced off the trees, too loud in the still air. I hauled my bag into the trunk and slammed it, then immediately wished I hadn't. It felt too much like announcing ourselves. The rumble paused. For the first time since it started, there was a long, empty stretch of quiet. It lasted 5, maybe 6 seconds. Long enough for my heartbeat, now racing, to sound too loud in my ears. And then from somewhere in the trees to our right came another sound. A single, sharp, metallic click. It was exactly the sound a refrigerator makes in an apartment. When the compressor shuts off clean, final, tiny, but out here in the middle of the woods, it had no reason to exist. It echoed off the trunks in a thin, unnatural way. Every hair on my body stood up. Kevin swallowed hard. "Did you?" "Yes," we all said at the same time. We stared into that patch of trees, half expecting to see a white fridge just standing there among the pines, door closed, humming. There was nothing. Just the suggestion of something that knew what that sound meant to our brains. Something that understood domestic noises well enough to mimic them. Something that was done warming up and ready for whatever came next. "Get in the car," I said, my voice sounding flat and unfamiliar. "Now." And for once, no one argued. The car felt like the only solid thing left in the world. We piled in without speaking, each of us moving on some kind of autopilot. Kevin slid into the driver's seat, knuckles white on the wheel. I took the front passenger seat because it was closest. Allie and Seb climbed into the back doors, thudding shut in a sequence that sounded too loud in the dead air. When the last door closed, the rumble seemed louder. It seeped through the chassis, a low, grinding pressure that made the windows buzz almost imperceptibly. The steering wheel trembled under Kevin's hands. The rearview mirror quivered, the reflection of the clearing behind us, jittering just enough to make me feel queasy. No one buckled their seatbelt. No one checked their phone. We just sat there for half a second, all of us holding our breath as if waiting for some sign that it was okay to try and leave. "Okay," Kevin said finally, voice hoarse. "Okay, we're good. We're leaving." He turned the key. The engine cranked a dry, choking sound. The dashboard lights blinked awake. For a second, it sounded like it almost caught. Then it dropped into a whine like something was strangling it. The car didn't start. The rumble under us swelled like a giant breath being drawn in. Kevin's eyes went wide. He twisted the key again, harder this time, like force would help. The engine groaned, coughed, spun. No ignition, no familiar roar, just mechanical resistance and that horrible feeling of going nowhere. "Come on," he muttered under his breath. "Come on, come on." The rumble grew louder, closer, wrapping around us. It felt like the entire clearing was leaning in. "Stop," Allie said sharply from the back seat. "Wait!" Her voice surprised all of us. Kevin's hand froze on the key. The engine noise died back into a low metallic tick as it rested. The rumble kept rolling, more insistent now, in long, slow waves. I could feel each pulse in my chest, like my heart was trying to sync with it and couldn't quite match. "Try again," Seb said quietly. There was something off about his tone. It sounded doubled, like he wasn't just talking for himself, but voicing something we were all thinking at the exact same time. Kevin swallowed and tried again. The engine turned over harder, longer. It made that desperate sound cars make when the battery's not dead, but something else is wrong. The steering wheel shook. The key dug into his fingers. For a moment, the engine seemed to catch. Then it failed again, dropping into a frustrated whir. "No, no, no," Kevin said, panic starting to break through. "Don't do this. Not now." The rumble surged louder than before. The car vibrated, a subtle shudder in the seatbacks. I pictured the ground beneath us cracking open stone slabs, sliding, something shifting just under the top layer of dirt. Allie started praying under her breath. It wasn't a full prayer, just fragments. "Please, please, please." Seb stared straight ahead, his lips moving silently. I realized we were all thinking the same thing, and none of us wanted to say it out loud. It doesn't want us to leave. My palms were sweating so badly, I had to wipe them on my jeans. The air in the car felt hot and thin, like all the oxygen was being used up. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, pounding in a stuttering rhythm that kept trying to match the rumble and failing. "Try one more time," I said. My voice surprised me. It sounded calm, steady, like someone else had borrowed my throat. Kevin glanced at me, eyes bloodshot. "And if it doesn't start, we walk," Seb said flatly from the back. "We don't stay here." There was no argument in that, no room for debate. It was a decision we had all already made without saying it. Kevin nodded once more to himself, then to us. He took a deep breath, then turned the key for the third time. The engine hesitated. For one horrible second, I thought we were about to hear that same choking whine, and then nothing. Then the rumble stopped. Not faded, not moved away. Stopped. Like someone had hit a kill switch on the forest. In the same instant, the engine caught. The car gave a deep, rough cough, and then roared to life, dashboard lights flaring bright. The steering wheel steadied under his grip. The vibration in the seat changed from that unsettling external tremor to the familiar hum of the engine we knew. The sudden contrast made my vision swim. None of us celebrated. No one said yes or thank God. We just knew we had a window. "Go," Allie whispered, voice breaking. "Just go." Kevin slammed the car into reverse so fast the transmission clunked. Gravel spit out from under the tires as we jerked backward, the rear end fishtailing slightly before he corrected. The clearing swayed outside the window's trees and sky and dirt blurring. As he swung the front of the car around to point back toward the Forest Service Road, the headlights swept across the campsite one more time. For a split second, we saw the clearing lit up in white halogen, the dry creek bed, the fire ring stones, our footprints, no tents. All 4 tents were gone, just empty ground where they had been. My brain tried to snap a picture, but the image slid away like water. Kevin completed the turn, focusing on the road, and the headlights swung away from the clearing. By the time they skimmed back over the edge of it as we straightened out, the tents were there again, exactly where we'd seen them that morning, in their perfect square fabric gently stirring in the breeze. I must have made a noise because Seb said you saw it too. I couldn't answer. My mouth had gone dry. My tongue felt like paper. Allie choked back a sob, one hand clamped over her mouth. We hit the Forest Service Road, and the car lurched tires, grabbing and sliding on the loose gravel. Kevin drove faster than he should have, the suspension screaming every time we hit a rut, the whole frame rocking. Pine trunks flickered past on either side in rapid strobe-like flashes. The forest felt closer than it had on the way in, like the trees had moved half a step toward the road. In the rear-view mirror, the clearing shrank, then disappeared behind a bend. The moment it was gone from sight, I realized Allie was crying. Not loud, not hysterical. Her shoulders were shaking. Her breath came in short, hitching pulls. There were no sobs, no wails, just silent tears running down her face, catching on her lips as she pressed them together so hard they turned white. Seb sat beside her, eyes fixed on the space between the front seats. His lips were moving again, but this time I could hear him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It was barely audible, a whisper under the engine noise, but it cut through everything like a thread. The cadence was wrong for comfort. It sounded like a marching count. "Seb," I said quietly, "why are you counting?" He blinked slowly, as if he hadn't realized he was doing it. His fingers were pressed into his knees in the same rhythm. "I don't know," he said. "It feels right." The road jostled us so hard my head knocked against the window. Outside, the pines blurred together into vertical smears. The rumble was gone, but the absence of it felt like a presence of its own. Every time the car momentarily lifted over a bump, I half expected something heavy to grab the undercarriage and drag us back. We drove like that for what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes. No one checked the time. No one checked their phones. The idea of looking at a screen made my stomach flip. Eventually, the trees thinned. The road smoothed out not by much, but enough that the car stopped shrieking in protest. Ahead, a narrow band of gray appeared pavement. When the tires hit asphalt again, the difference was so stark, it felt like stepping from one reality into another. The hum of rubber on road. The predictable resistance of turning the wheel. The sight of a faded yellow line down the middle like a tether back to civilization. Only then did Kevin reach out and hit the radio, desperate for something human. Static. A brief blip of a song, then static again. Finally, a station locked in a tinny pop track with too much bass. It sounded alien in the car, wrong in a different way, but we left it on because silence was worse. I finally forced myself to look down at my phone. It was still dead. I pressed the button. Nothing. Mine's out too, Allie said dully when I asked. It was at 60% yesterday. Seb checked his. Black screen. It was charging all night. Kevin frowned. Dash cam's still on, he muttered, nodding toward the little black camera mounted near the rearview mirror. Its tiny red light glowed steadily. Battery in that thing lasts forever. The thought that we had footage of any of this made my stomach flutter again. At that moment, I wasn't sure if having proof was a blessing or a curse. A few miles down the highway, my phone suddenly vibrated in my hand. The screen lit up, logo flashing, then came back to life like nothing had happened. A flood of notification pings buzzed through it. Cued texts, app alerts, the normal digital chatter of everyday life. The camping app opened on its own. I didn't touch it. I watched as the map loaded signal bars, flickering up to 3. Our little blue dot appeared on the screen right on the thin line of highway. Then the route line rendered. It didn't trace the messy path we'd taken. It drew a square. 4 straight segments around our current location perfectly, even the corners sharp. For a second, the square hovered there, too precise. Then, as if correcting itself, the lines jittered and snapped into a more normal, winding route. "Did you see that?" I asked. "No," Kevin said, eyes locked on the road. In the map, I said, my voice too tight. It was nothing. Never mind. I took a screenshot anyway. My hands were still shaking. It wasn't until days later, back in Kevin's apartment, with the sound of city traffic humming faintly through the walls, that we watched the dash cam footage. We told ourselves we were doing it to calm down, to prove that nothing truly inexplicable had happened. We'd see some weird lens flare some trick of light, and our brains would settle. Instead, we watched the night compress into jerky, accelerated minutes. Headlights going dark, stars brightening, the quiet, empty clearing. And then, at around 3 in the morning, the camera caught movement. Not figures, not people. The tents. Frame by frame, in stiff, unnatural jumps, the 4 tents slid across the clearing, dragging first, then lifting, shifting, rotating, until they settled into that perfect square around an empty patch of dirt where the stone stack would be built later. No one was visible. No hands, no bodies, just our tents moving in formation like pieces on a board, being arranged by something outside the frame. We watched that sequence 3 times. No one said anything, because we finally understood the worst part. We hadn't woken up while it was happening. Whatever had done that to us had known exactly how far it could move us, and exactly how deeply it could put us under while it worked. 5 years sounds like a long time until you realize it's just a handful of rent payments and holidays stacked on top of each other. We didn't have a dramatic falling out after that trip. No big fight, no blunt "we're done here." We just thinned out, like a rope unraveling strand by strand. For a while, we had a group chat that was busy every day. Memes, job complaints, photos of bad coffee and ugly office carpets. We referenced that camping trip exactly once. Kevin sent a message that just said, "So we're never going back there, right?" We all reacted with laughing emojis. No one actually typed yes or no. That was it. After that, if somebody got close to mentioning it, the conversation swerved hard in another direction, like our phones knew to dodge. Kevin stayed in Colorado after graduation. Last I heard, he sells software to people who pretend they understand what he's talking about. His Instagram has rooftop bar photos and mountain views taken from safe, crowded trails. When he posts a picture outside, there's always a building somewhere in frame, a structure, a grid. Ally moved west. Grad school, some kind of research position. She sent me a photo from Los Angeles, once 4 coffee cups on a table, each one exactly the same distance apart. I don't think she did it on purpose. I don't think she saw it at all. But I did, and my fingers hovered over the keyboard wanting to say something, then didn't. Seb went Midwest. Chicago with his girlfriend, now fiancé, I think. He texts the most rarely, but when he does, the messages are precise. Flight times down to the minute. Step counts from his phone when he hits some random achievement goal. He's the kind of person who tracks his sleep cycles now. Me, I ended up in a small, forgettable apartment in a mid-sized American city that looks like every other mid-sized American city at night. Sodium streetlights, a liquor store on the corner, a laundromat with flickering neon. I work a job that involves spreadsheets and muted meetings and remembering to nod at the right moments. If you passed me on the sidewalk, you wouldn't think that guy once watched his campsite rearrange itself. You'd think if you thought anything at all, he looks tired. But the forest never really left. Not in the way I expected. I didn't get haunted by big, dramatic nightmares. I didn't wake up screaming about tents or hear rumbling under my floor every night. It was quieter than that. Smaller. It crept in sideways through habits. I started noticing it at my desk at work. It was a Tuesday late, the office half empty. I was on autopilot answering an email. At some point, my gaze drifted down to my keyboard. My pens, my coffee mug, my stapler, and my phone were all sitting on the desk in a perfect square around my mouse pad. Not close, not messy, equidistant. I hadn't done it consciously, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. I stared at the corners of the square, mentally measuring. My fingers twitched. I reached out and nudged the stapler an inch out of line, breaking the symmetry. Instantly, I felt wrong. Not in a dramatic, I'm cursed way. More like that feeling you get when a picture on the wall is crooked and your brain keeps tugging at your attention until you fix it. It buzzed in the back of my skull while I tried to type. Every sentence I wrote felt slightly off balance. After 5 minutes of pretending it didn't matter, I put the stapler back in place. The square snapped back together. My shoulders loosened without my permission. It kept happening after that in little ways. Shopping carts in the grocery store lined up 4 at a time in the corral. I'd find myself stopping to adjust one so the metal frames made a neater box. Coasters on my coffee table, 4 of them always, even if I lived alone. I told myself it was just convenient. Guests, you know. But I didn't invite people over. The one that really got to me was my living room. One Sunday, I was vacuuming the cheap machine, whining as it fought with the ancient carpet. I moved the coffee table to get the crumbs under it, then shifted the couch a little to suck up dust along the edge. When I stepped back to look at the room, it hit me. The couch, the coffee table, the TV stand, the floor lamp. They were all positioned in a rough square with the center of it right where I usually sat on the floor when I worked on my laptop. My spot was the empty middle, the focus point. I turned the vacuum off. The apartment went from loud to too quiet in an instant. My heart started beating fast for no good reason. It took actual effort to move the lamp 6 inches to break that shape. It felt like arguing with muscle memory. I told myself it was nothing. That's what you do, right? You rationalize. I'm just being weird. It's just my brain trying to find patterns, because that's what brains do. If it had been a stranger telling me this, I'd say the same thing. But knowing doesn't mean feeling follows. I thought about therapy. I even got as far as filling out a form once fingers hovering over the submit button. Then I imagined trying to explain to a professional that I was fine, really, I was functional. I just felt compelled to arrange my life in invisible squares and felt physically uneasy when I didn't. I closed the tab instead. We saw each other in person twice in those 5 years. Once at Seb's engagement party, where we hugged stiffly and pretended we were just busy not avoiding something. Once for drinks when Kevin came through town on business. Both times I thought about bringing it up. Hey, do you ever dream about tent stakes? Do you ever wake up counting without knowing why, but the words died before they reached my tongue? Because here's the thing, if we all agreed that it had been more than a weird camp story, then it became real again. Denial is a kind of spell. You don't want to break it. So I carried it alone. Then came the night I decided to tell someone else. Not a therapist, not a friend, a stranger. Or rather thousands of strangers, the people who watch horror videos alone at 2 a.m. with their headphones too loud. It was stupid maybe. Or maybe it was the only way I knew how to let any of it out without having to watch someone I loved change the way they looked at me. I was sitting at my small kitchen table with my laptop open, the glow of the screen, the only light in the room. Outside, the city hummed its usual late-night noises, distant sirens, a car door somewhere, the low rumble of a bus on the next street over. The neon sign from the liquor store across the way leaked through my blinds in pale red pulses that painted the wall like a heartbeat. The apartment smelled like old coffee and the plastic of my cheap microwave. My refrigerator hummed steadily in the corner, the sound a familiar blanket. The AC unit in the bedroom window kicked on and off, cycling between too warm and too cold, like it always did. I had an email draft open to one of those horror channels that read true stories sent by viewers. The subject line was a mess of backspaces. Subject, something about a campsite. Subject, maybe this is nothing. Subject, 3 of us saw this. I eventually settled on something simple, camping story, if you still accept submissions. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. My mind kept bouncing between 2 realities. In one, I hit send, get no reply, and nothing changes. In the other, someone reads it aloud into a microphone in a dark room, and whatever happened to us gets spoken into the world again, given shape, given audience. Some part of me wondered if that would make it weaker. Some part of me wondered if that would make it stronger. The AC cycled off. The sudden quiet that followed was noticeable. The fridge hum took over as the dominant sound. I could hear my upstairs neighbor's footsteps thumping faintly over my head. And then, like someone had flicked a switch, my refrigerator clicked. A small, sharp, mechanical sound, the compressor shutting off. It was such a normal thing. It happened a dozen times a day. But with the AC off and the city between sirens that click landed in the center of the room like a punctuation mark. A half-second later, the hallway outside my door made a sound of its own. A faint brush, a soft scuff, like fabric sliding against the cheap apartment carpet. I froze, fingers resting on the home row. The building isn't fancy. You can hear people come and go all the time, door hinges, voices, the clatter of keys. This wasn't that. This was quieter, more careful. The sound of something placed gently, then dragged an inch. Then came the whisper of paper, something thin pushing against the bottom of my door, catching on the threshold, then sliding under with slow, deliberate pressure. The motion was so gentle the door didn't even rattle. A corner of white appeared, then the rest of it emerging onto my worn welcome mat like a tongue. My heart pounded hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. For a moment, I just stared. If this were a bill, it would be in an envelope. If it were a flyer, it would be stuck in the handle. This was different. This was for me. I stood up slowly, the chair legs scraping the floor. The sound made me wince. The apartment felt smaller by several feet. The air seemed thicker, like it had to push past something to reach my lungs. I walked to the door, every step an argument with myself. I considered looking through the peephole, but I already knew I wouldn't see anything. I knew in the same way I knew the tents had been moved while we were still inside them. I bent down and picked up the paper. It wasn't a letter. It was a strip about as wide as 2 fingers, like something cut from a larger sheet with care. The edges were clean. The words were centered. 4 words. All caps. Printed, not handwritten. Square. Same distance. Again. My vision tunneled for a second. The room seemed to tilt. Behind me in the kitchen, the refrigerator made one more tiny, unmistakable sound. A soft, final click, like someone inside had just shut it off. By the time we were finally ready to leave, my driveway looked like a yard sale. Sleeping bags, a cooler, a stack of plastic bins, a bundle of firewood wrapped in twine folding chairs that never want to close all the way, half our lives spread across the cracked concrete like we were moving out instead of just going away for a weekend. The air smelled like exhaust and late afternoon heat off asphalt. A neighbor's dog barked 2 backyards over. Somewhere somebody was mowing their lawn in that lazy, diagonal pattern suburban dads swear by. Cadence stood in the open doorway of my apartment, holding 2 grocery bags, watching me rearrange things in the bed of the truck for the 3rd time. She had that look she always got when she was trying not to micromanage, eyebrows slightly up, mouth pressed in, just enough that I could tell she was biting back comments. You know, she said, eventually you're allowed to put some of it inside the cab. It doesn't all have to be Tetris perfect back there. This is the system, I said, even though there was no system. Heavy stuff against the cab, lighter stuff on top, easy reach for the cooler. It's science. She rolled her eyes and stepped out the screen door, creaking behind her. The bags rustled as she set them down on the driveway. You mean vibes? She wasn't wrong, but I wasn't going to say that. I lifted the cooler and wedged it into a new spot, then stepped back to see if it looked better. It didn't, but at least it looked different, which was enough to trick my brain into feeling productive. Cadence nudged my arm with her elbow. Hey. Yeah. She tilted her head toward the sinking sun. If we want to get there before dark, you might have to stop mansplaining physics to the cooler and actually drive. I laughed, the tension in my shoulders easing a little. That was one of the things I loved about her. She could puncture my stupid seriousness with one line. I pretended to consider her words carefully, then nodded. Fine. You can put your precious snacks in the cab, I said. But if we die in a fiery crash because the weight isn't balanced, that's on you. If we die in a fiery crash, she said, I'm going to haunt you so specifically. I didn't know then how that sentence would echo in my head later. We loaded the last of it, her duffel bag that smelled faintly like her shampoo, my battered backpack with the broken zipper, pulled the bag of groceries, sweating condensation in the heat. I slammed the tailgate shut. It sounded solid, final. I locked it with more force than necessary. Inside the truck, it smelled like old coffee pine from the cheap air freshener hanging from the mirror and faint traces of the last time I'd spilled fast food in there. Cadence slid into the passenger seat, tucking her feet up her bare knees, brushing my thigh as she got settled. She hummed under her breath as she buckled her seatbelt off-key in a way I'd never admit was endearing. The GPS on my phone sat in its mount, glowing a too bright blue the route already pulled up. Uwharrie National Forest, a little green patch in North Carolina a few hours away. The voice was set to that default calm female tone that made even wrong turns sound like suggestions instead of mistakes. I put the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life and settled into a steady idle. The radio came on mid-song, a half-finished chorus from some band we'd never see live. I turned it down until it was just a background hum, more texture than sound. "Ready?" I asked. Cadence looked at me, eyes bright in the fading light. "I've been ready since January," she said. "Drive city boy, city boy." She said it like it was a joke, but there was truth in it. I'd grown up in Charlotte, where woods meant the patch of trees behind the strip mall. The idea of a real, quiet forest was something I'd been chasing since I was old enough to be tired of traffic. I put the truck in gear, eased out of the driveway, and watched our little apartment building shrink in the side mirror, a box of beige siding and identical balconies. For a moment, I felt a weird twinge, like leaving it behind was more than just a physical act. Then the feeling folded into the rhythm of the road. Highway driving is its own kind of trance. We merged into late afternoon traffic, joined the flow of cars, all heading somewhere that felt important to them. Billboards promised us happiness if we bought the right beer, the right insurance, the right mattress. Cadence propped her elbow on the window and let her hand ride the wind fingers, dipping up and down like she was tracing the music. She hummed along softly to a song she didn't really know, flat on some notes, sharp on others. I realized I knew that pattern as well as I knew the sound of my own turn signal. I could pick her humming out of a crowd, for a brief, stupid second that made me feel invincible. We stopped in the last decent-sized town before the forest, at a diner that looked like it had stayed the same since the 80s. The neon open sign buzzed faintly in the window, flickering at the edges. Inside, the air smelled like fryer oil and coffee, the kind that's strong enough to take the paint off a car. We slid into a cracked vinyl booth and ordered burgers. We didn't really need milkshakes thick enough to bend straws. The waitress called us Han and asked where we were headed. When we told her, her eyebrows went up just slightly. "Out in Uwharrie," she said. "Y'all picked a quiet weekend. Campground's been empty most nights. Folks don't like how early it gets dark this time of year." Cadence smiled. "That's the point," she said. "No crowds." The waitress shrugged, wrote something down on her pad, and walked away. As she left, I saw her glance at the clock on the wall. We were the only customers. By the time we finished eating, the diner had that closing time energy. Chairs stacked on tables in the section behind us. Kitchen noises winding down. The waitress flipped the sign on the door to closed as we paid, but opened it anyway to let us out, locking it behind us with a metallic snick that felt a little too final. The sky outside had shifted. The bright, flattened blue of afternoon had deepened into something more serious. Pink streaks hugged the horizon, fading toward purple above the tree line. I felt the old childhood impatience wanting to get where we were going before the day ran out. Back in the truck, the GPS chimed. In 1.4 miles, the voice said, "Too cheerful, turn right onto County Road 17. Cadence mimicked it in a goofy British accent. "Turn right and enter the abyss." I snorted. "It's a national forest, not a horror movie." She side-eyed me as we pulled away from the diner, the neon sign shrinking behind us. says the guy who made me watch 3 camping horror compilations last weekend. Research, I said. Worst case scenarios so we can avoid them. Or manifest them, she said lightly. Then went back to humming her hand, drumming a counter rhythm on her knee. The gas stations and chain restaurants thinned out, then disappeared. The road narrowed. Houses spaced farther apart, then gave way to long stretches of nothing but trees and the occasional mailbox jutting up from the ground like a tombstone. Streetlights disappeared altogether. The GPS directed us onto a smaller road, then a smaller one. Pavement turned patchy, then cracked, then turned into something that barely deserved the name. My tires crunched over loose gravel and dipped into potholes with dull, stomach-dropping thuds. The suspension complained. I slowed down, leaning forward over the steering wheel, like that would help me see better in the dimming light. Campground entrance in 0.8 miles, the GPS intoned. The voice had lost some of its precision, now glitching slightly, a faint digital crackle under the words. Does your phone sound weird? Cadence asked. Probably just reception, I said, because the alternative was paying attention to the way my own neck hairs were standing up. The forest rose on either side of us, trees packed tight trunks, slim and pale in the headlights. Branches arched overhead, crisscrossing like fingers. It felt like driving into a throat. Then just when I was starting to wonder if we'd taken a wrong turn, the tree line opened up. The campground was a wide clearing with patches of gravel, a handful of picnic tables, and metal fire rings half sunk into the ground. There was a faded bulletin board near the entrance with a yellowed map stapled to it, corners curled from too many summers. A single lamppost near the center flickered on as we arrived, the bulb buzzing, casting a weak circle of light that didn't quite reach the edges. There was only one other vehicle. A blue sedan parked near the far side of the clearing. It was an older model, the kind with rounded edges paint a little dull under the last scraps of sunlight. No bumper stickers, no roof rack. The windows were dark, reflecting our headlights back at us in a flattened, ghostly way. See, I said, forcing some brightness into my voice. Not totally isolated. We have neighbors. Cadence studied the sedan as we rolled slowly past. Do we? She said. Because I don't see anybody. She was right. No tent, no camp chairs, no lanterns, just the car sitting there like it had been left behind. I pulled the truck into a site at the far end, where the tree line pressed close on 2 sides, and the view to the rest of the campground was partially blocked by a clump of scrub. It felt private without being completely cut off. Exactly what I'd been looking for when I spent all those nights scrolling through campground reviews. I cut the engine. The sudden drop in noise made my ears ring. For a moment, the only sound was the gentle tick of cooling metal. Then faintly, Cadence started humming again. Off-key, wandering around the melody like she was feeling for it in the dark. I realized I'd missed that sound without knowing it. The way it filled space between us. The way it made even empty places feel occupied. The sky overhead had gone indigo, the first stars pricking through. The air had cooled fast, a damp chill sneaking in through the open windows. I could smell pine and earth and the faint sour tang of someone else's old campfire long since doused. I looked at her, at the way her hair fell across her cheek, at the slight crease between her eyebrows when she was focusing on something only she could hear. This is going to be good for us, I said, more to reassure myself than her. Just a couple of nights. No phones, no distractions. Just us. She smiled, small but real. Then let's get everything set up before it gets totally dark, she said, unbuckling. I like you, Simon, but I don't like you enough to pitch a tent with only the coyotes to light the way. I didn't know it yet, But that was the last normal sentence either of us would say about that trip for a very, very long time. The first night actually started out pretty close to how I'd pictured it. We got the tent up with only the usual amount of cursing. The ground was just uneven enough to make sleeping uncomfortable later, but not so bad we were willing to move it. Cadence fussed with the angle 3 times before she was satisfied, insisting it needed to face away from the rest of the sites toward the tree line. "I don't want to wake up and see someone's minivan first thing in the morning," she said. "You'd rather wake up staring straight into the woods?" I asked. She shrugged. "Trees can't ask you where you're from and what you do." Fair point. The fire ring at our site already had a ring of rocks and a layer of old ash in it. I built a new fire on top of it, stacking the logs like I remembered from YouTube videos I'd watched, instead of actually practicing. It took a couple tries, but once the flame caught, it grew steady and sure, orange and gold, licking up into the deepening blue of the evening. As the sun dropped, the temperature went with it. The air that had been sticky warm an hour ago turned crisp, biting at my cheeks. Smoke from the fire got into my clothes, my hair, my eyes settling over everything with that oddly comforting smell that would linger for days. We sat on camp chairs facing the flames, our knees almost touching bottles of cheap beer sweating in our hands. The woods rang with the chirp of insects, the occasional rasp of something moving through dry leaves. Every now and then, a car would pass on the forest road a quarter mile away, its engine a soft whoosh, a reminder that we weren't completely cut off. Cadence was half humming, half mumbling lyrics to a song under her breath, her voice disappearing into the fire crackle. The light danced over her face, erasing and redrawing her features every second. For a while, it felt exactly like what we'd come for. At some point, she pushed herself up out of the chair and stretched the firelight, tracing the lines of her arms. "I'm going to brush my teeth before I get too lazy," she said. I saw a spigot by the picnic tables. I made a joke about being offended if she came back with minty fresh breath and then refused to kiss me, and she smirked, flicked my hat down over my eyes, and walked away, the beam of her headlamp bobbing between the trees. I stayed in my chair watching the flames. Fire does weird things to time. I don't know how long I sat there poking at embers with a stick, watching sparks jump and vanish. My eyes started to unfocus, drawn to the shifting shapes, my mind wandering. The world outside the circle of light might as well not have existed. That's why I jumped when I heard a voice just over my shoulder. Evening. I didn't hear footsteps. No crunch of leaves, no crackle of twigs. Just a voicemail, maybe a few years older than me, coming from the dark beyond the fire's spill. I jerked in my seat and turned, heart slamming against my ribs. He was standing just at the edge of the firelight, so close that the glow reached the fronts of his jeans and the tips of his boots, but not far enough to clearly show his shoulders, his hair, his hands. The light drew a sharp line across him, everything above that line sliding into shadow. "Jesus," I blurted. "You scared the hell out of me." He didn't step into the light. He didn't apologize right away either. He just stood there for a few beats too long, like he was assessing the situation, then said in a flat but not unfriendly voice, "Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you." His eyes caught the firelight, and I realized they were fixed on mine with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Not because he looked angry or obviously threatening, his expression was neutral, almost bored, but because he didn't blink. His gaze just stayed, unbroken, like a picture. He shifted a little, just enough to bring more of him into the glow. He was tall, lean, wearing an old dark hoodie and faded jeans. His boots were scuffed. His hair looked short maybe, but it was hard to tell with the hood up. He had the kind of face you'd forget if you saw it in passing. But in that moment, he was unforgettable. "I'm Simon," I said. Because small talk is what you do to sand down sharp edges. We just got here. He nodded once. Aiden, he said. I'm in the blue sedan over there. I realized I'd unconsciously angled my body so I could see both him and the path Cadence had walked down. My shoulders were tight. My hands were still clutching the beer bottle, the glass damp and slick with condensation. Cool, I said. Yeah, we didn't see you around earlier. He seemed to consider that, then half smiled. The smile didn't reach his eyes. I like to keep to myself, he said. Just thought I should come say hi. People get weird when you don't introduce yourself at a place like this. He tilted his chin toward the trees. His eyes flicked to the empty chair beside me. You two picked a good spot, he added. Real secluded back here. The way he said it made the word secluded feel less like a perk and more like a diagnosis. Yeah, I said. That was kind of the idea. Just a quiet weekend. Must be nice, he said. You're lucky. Most people your age don't come out here to be quiet. They come to get drunk and scream at 2 a.m. His gaze drifted past me toward the path. She coming back soon? The question was casual on the surface, but there was something off about the way he said she. Too interested, too focused. Like I'd briefly been in a conversation with him, and now I was an obstacle to the conversation he really wanted to have. Yeah, I said, trying to keep my voice even. She's just at the faucet. Almost on cue, I heard footsteps on gravel. Cadence appeared between the trees' headlamp beam cutting across us, illuminating Aiden's face for the first time. He didn't squint or flinch at the light. He just turned his head toward her slowly, that unblinking gaze snapping to her like a magnet. Hey, she said, hitching the strap of her toiletry bag higher on her shoulder. We have company. This is Aiden, I said. He's in that blue sedan. He lifted a hand in a small, stiff wave. You picked a good spot, he said again, but this time he said it directly to her. Real private. Thanks, she said, but her smile didn't quite make it all the way up. She stopped beside my chair, close enough that I could feel the warmth from her leg. I could sense her discomfort in the way she angled her body slightly away from him, in the way her fingers tightened on the bag strap. He started talking more then, but it felt less like a conversation, and more like he was giving a monologue aimed only at Cadence with me as accidental background noise. He told us, or rather her, about why he'd come out alone. People are too loud, he said. Phones, TVs, neighbors, it's all constant. I needed to get away from the noise. He said he'd been camping at Uhari since he was a kid, that he knew all the back trails. He asked where we were from what we did, how long we'd been together, but every question was directed at her even when I answered. When I spoke, his eyes didn't track to me. They stayed on her face, watching her reactions, her expressions. It was like I was a voiceover narrating someone else's scene. I felt something ugly twist in my chest. Jealousy, sure, but also a kind of unease that had nothing to do with romantic insecurity and everything to do with the fact that he didn't seem to recognize basic social boundaries. Cadence answered politely, but I could hear the strain building in her words. Yeah, we've been together about 1.5 years, she said when he asked. Work's been a lot. We needed a reset. A reset, he repeated slowly, like he was tasting the word. He smiled again, that same too still smile. This is a good place for that. You can lose track of everything out here. Time. People. Who's around you? The fire popped loudly, a shower of sparks jumping up. It gave me an excuse to look away to poke at the log with a stick to break the spell of his stare for a second. I cleared my throat. We're, actually planning on waking up pretty early tomorrow, I said. Got some hiking we want to do before it gets hot. We should probably turn in soon. It was the gentlest version of "please leave, now I could manage." Aiden's gaze lingered on Cadence for another heartbeat. Then he nodded slow and stepped back just far enough that the firelight dropped off the toes of his boots, swallowing his feet in shadow. "Sure," he said. Didn't mean to intrude. His voice didn't sound particularly sorry. Just wanted to say hello. Let you know I'm around in case you need anything. The way he said need made me think of anything but help. "Thanks," Cadence said, and I heard the effort in it. He turned without another word and walked away. That was maybe the strangest part. The way he vanished. The campground was gravel and dirt and dry leaves. 3 hours earlier, I could hear my own footsteps from inside the tent. But as he left the edge of the light and melted into the darkness between the trees, there was almost no sound. Just the slightest suggestion of weight on the ground, then nothing. I watched the space where he disappeared long after he was gone, as if he might reconstitute himself there. Cadence let out a breath she'd been holding. "Well," she said softly. "That was awkward," I supplied. "Intense," she countered. He didn't blink. "Did you notice that?" "Yeah," I said. I noticed. We stood in silence for a minute, the fire crackling loud in the absence of conversation. The woods felt different now, less empty, less neutral, like we had been seen and catalogued. "Probably just lonely," I said finally, because my brain needed a box to put him in. "Solo campers talk too much sometimes." "Yeah," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. She stepped closer to the fire, closer to me, close enough that our shoulders touched. Her humming didn't come back. We put more wood on the fire, talking about nothing until it burned down to coals. We didn't mention the Blue Sedan again. We didn't say out loud that we hadn't seen a tent near it, or a camp chair, or a lantern, or anything that explained how long he'd been there, or where he planned to sleep. Eventually, we put the fire out, kicked sand over the glowing embers, and crawled into our own tent. The nylon zipper rasped shut behind us with that thin, fragile sound that never feels as secure as you want it to. Outside the campground went dark. We told ourselves the other site being occupied was a good thing, that we weren't alone. We went to sleep pretending that made us safer. Morning made it easy to believe we'd overreacted. Sunlight streamed through the tent fabric, turning everything inside a hazy gold. I could hear birds, the muffled sound of the wind in the trees, the distant clank of someone else's car door. For a few blissful seconds, my brain was blank, just enjoying the warmth of the sleeping bag and the way Cadence's foot was hooked over my ankle. Then the memories of the previous night settled in, and my eyes snapped all the way open. Cadence stirred and made a small noise. "What time is it?" she mumbled. I groped for my phone, squinting at the screen. "A little after 8, I said. "We actually slept in." "That's what happens," she said, "when there aren't ambulances and drunk college kids outside the window." We took our time getting dressed, the normal morning routine, soothing, pulling on jeans, fighting with tangled hair, fumbling with contacts. The zipper sounded less sinister in daylight when I opened the tent. I stepped out and stretched the cool morning air hitting my face. The campsite looked harmless. Our truck, the picnic table, the fire ring now just a circle of gray ash. Sunlight dripped through the leaves in bright patches that danced on the ground when the wind moved. For a second, I almost managed to shrug the weirdness off. Then I looked down. Boot prints circled our tent. Not dozens of random scuffs like you'd expect after moving around setting things up. A single line of impressions, spaced out, evenly distanced, forming a rough loop about 10 feet out from where our tent stood. Whoever had been walking had taken their time. The prints didn't cross each other. They didn't wander. They traced a deliberate path around our little nylon bubble like someone had slowly paced a perimeter while we slept. My stomach clenched. Simon Cadence said, coming out of the tent behind me. "What is it?" I pointed, because I didn't trust my voice. She followed my gaze, then went very still. The tread pattern was clear in the soft dirt. Deep heel, shallow toe, a distinctive wedge-shaped wear on one side. I'd seen it last night in the firelight, on Aiden's boots. We didn't say much about the boot prints while the sun was up. We acknowledged them. We agreed quietly that they were exactly what they looked like. Someone, almost certainly Aiden, had walked slow circles around our tent sometime after we went to sleep. Then we did the mental gymnastics people do when they're trying not to ruin something they've been looking forward to. Maybe he was just checking on us, I said over coffee made on the little camp stove. The water tasted faintly metallic, but the ritual was grounding, like making sure we were okay. "Who does that?" Cadence asked. She sat on the picnic table bench, fingers wrapped around her mug so tightly her knuckles were white. "Who walks around someone else's tent at night and doesn't say anything?" "Someone who's socially weird," I said. "Not necessarily dangerous." She gave me a look. I'm not sure those two are mutually exclusive. We didn't see him that morning. The blue sedan was still there, sitting at his site like a placeholder, but there was no sign of life around it. No tent had appeared overnight. No camp chair, no cooler, no clothes draped over a line. If there was camping gear, it was hidden inside the car. It bothered me more than I admitted. We tried to salvage the day. This was supposed to be our reset, after all. We laced up our hiking boots, loaded a day pack, and spent hours on the trails following blazes up and down hills, weaving through stands of pine and oak. The forest looked different in daylight, busy and alive instead of looming. Woodpeckers hammered tree trunks. Squirrels skittered across branches. We passed a couple older hikers who nodded and said hello in that understated trail etiquette way. For chunks of the afternoon, I actually forgot about Aiden. We got back to camp, tired in the good way. Sweat dried on our backs in the cooler evening air. My legs had that satisfied ache that comes from real exercise instead of just sitting at a desk. I built the fire again. Cadence made sandwiches. We sat and ate and tried to pretend everything was fine. But every time I glanced toward the main clearing, my eyes slid to that blue sedan half visible between the trees. It didn't move. No doors opened. No lights flicked on inside. "Do you think he even left today?" I asked at one point, unable to stop myself. Like for a hike, Cadence chewed slowly, then swallowed. Maybe he slept in. Maybe he's, I don't know, reading, meditating, murderboarding. I snorted despite myself. Murderboarding. "You know," she said, gesturing with half a sandwich like drawing red strings between photos. "Planning his manifesto." "Stop," I said, but I smiled. That was another thing, she did make jokes dark enough to undercut my anxiety. It worked a little, enough to keep me from obsessing. The night settled in faster this time. Clouds slid in from somewhere, smudging out the stars. The darkness under the trees thickened, pressing closer to the ring of our firelight. The insects' chorus rose and fell in waves, sometimes so loud it felt like static, sometimes dropping into eerie lulls. We stayed up later than the night before. Maybe we were stalling. Maybe we just didn't want to climb into that tent, knowing that at some point we'd have to close our eyes and trust that the thin wall of nylon would keep whatever was outside on the other side. Around midnight, we ran out of things to talk about. The fire burned low, orange embers, winking in a bed of gray. Cadence yawned, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. "Okay," she said. "I'm officially too tired to be creeped out anymore. I vote we sleep." "Seconded," I said, though my body didn't agree. I could feel a knot of tension between my shoulder blades that hadn't loosened all day. We doused the fire thoroughly this time, using more water than was strictly necessary. I stirred the coals until there was nothing left but soggy ash. The darkness rushed in the second the last glow died, our headlamps suddenly the only light. We zipped ourselves into the tent like we were sealing a capsule. I double-checked the zipper at the bottom, fingers running along the teeth, as if that would make it stronger. I clipped a small carabiner through the zipper, pulls a habit from somewhere online about tent security that I'd never bothered with before. We lay down on our sleeping pads side by side, shoulders touching. The sounds outside were normal at first. The brush of wind in the branches, a rustle in the undergrowth that was probably a raccoon or a possum, an owl calling somewhere far off, a low, mournful hoot that faded into the distance. I checked my phone one last time. No service. The screen showed 12:47 a.m. I put it face down beside my head and tried to let my eyes close. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and twitchy. I woke up to silence. Not the soft, natural quiet of a forest full of tiny noises if you listened closely. This was that strange, heavy silence I'd only ever really experienced in buildings when the power went out and every mechanical thing shut down at once. My eyes snapped open. The tent was pitch black. Clouds must have covered the moon completely. I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. Beside me, Cadence was breathing slow and deep, asleep. I didn't know what had woken me until I heard it. Voices, faint but unmistakable. Two of them, maybe three, speaking in low tones somewhere just outside the tent. Too far away to make out words, too close to dismiss as a distant conversation. They weren't whispering exactly. It was more like they were talking normally, but had turned the volume down. Every hair on my arms rose. My throat went dry. I lay perfectly still, listening. The voices ebbed and flowed, as if whoever they belonged to were turning their heads, facing away, then toward the tent. I caught fragments of sound consonants arise and fall in pitch, but nothing I could turn into meaning. For a wild second, I thought it might be another group of campers who had arrived late and were setting up at a neighboring site. The idea comforted me just enough for my brain to latch onto it. Then one of the voices laughed quietly. Not in a way that said we're having fun, in a way that said we're sharing a secret. I reached out under the sleeping bag and found Cadence's hand. Her fingers curled around mine automatically, even though she didn't wake up. I squeezed more for myself than for her. The voices went on for another few seconds, moving, shifting. It was impossible to tell how close they were. 10 feet 30. Some trick of the trees made the sound bend and fold, refusing to give up distance. Then I made a mistake. I shifted my head just slightly, trying to angle my ear toward the tent wall. The nylon crackled under the movement, a soft, betraying sound in the dark. The voices stopped, all at once. Not tapered off, not lowered, not moved away. Stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. It was so complete that I could hear the tiny rasp of Cadence's breath, the faintest creak from the tent poles as the fabric moved. I waited, every muscle tight, expecting someone to speak again, to call out, to say hello or you awake in there. The forest outside felt crowded suddenly, like the space just beyond the nylon was filled up with attention. 30 seconds passed, maybe a minute. My sense of time warped. Then, from the direction of the truck, there was a single clean crack, a twig snapping. It was sharp, deliberate. Not the random, brittle break of something falling out of a tree, more like the sound of a foot coming down exactly where it had to in order to tell you it was there. If it had come from right outside the tent, I might have said something. Yelled, grabbed the flashlight. But the fact that it came from beside the truck made it worse. It meant whoever was out there had moved, circled, was now closer to our only way out. My grip on Cadence's hand tightened. I could feel her pulse against my fingers now speeding up. She wasn't all the way awake, but her body knew something was wrong. I thought about calling her name, shaking her, telling her to listen. Instead, I stayed still. I don't know if that was instinct or cowardice, maybe both. But some animal part of my brain had decided that letting whoever was outside know I was awake would be a mistake. So I lay there, eyes wide open in the dark, pretending to be asleep. The voices didn't come back. No more twigs snapped. We stayed locked in that awful stalemate for what felt like hours, me rigid and silent. Cadence drifting somewhere between sleep and awareness, whoever was out there deciding what to do next. Eventually, exhaustion wore my nerves down. My body, traitor that it is, dragged me back down into shallow, fractured sleep. In the morning, the sky would be clear and blue, the campground quiet and domesticated in the daylight. The blue sedan would still be parked where it had been gleaming slightly with dew, and there would be no sign at all that anyone had stood next to my truck at 3 a.m., deciding whether to come closer. If I'd told her about the voices and the snapped twig right when it happened, I still don't know if anything would have changed. But I didn't. In the gray smear of early morning with dew clinging to the tent, and that dull, cotton-headed feeling in my skull, the night already felt less sharp around the edges. My brain had started sanding it down into something survivable. Probably other campers. Probably nothing. You were half asleep. The sunlight always shows up, acting like it has answers. We climbed out of the tent a little after 8. The air was cool and wet, smelling like damp earth and smoke from someone else's old fire. My back ached from the sleeping pad. My mouth was dry with that stale tent taste. Cadence yawned so hard her jaw popped. I feel like I slept in segments, she said. Like choppy. Weird dreams. Yeah, I said, keeping my voice neutral. What about? She frowned, squinting toward the trees, as if the details might be hanging there. I don't remember. Just voices, but maybe that was you. Nope, I said automatically. I was out. The lie came easier than it should have. We went through the motions of morning bathroom trip to the pit toilet, coffee on the little stove, shaking the dew off the camp chairs. The sunlight filtered through the leaves in pale beams, making everything look softer, less threatening. A couple of birds hopped around at the edge of the site, picking at invisible crumbs. Somewhere, a woodpecker hammered at a tree with machine gun consistency. I could almost believe I'd hallucinated the voices, that the snapped twig had been nothing but a squirrel, a raccoon, a deer. I didn't look at the blue sedan right away. It was like a blind spot in my vision. I did everything facing away from it unintentionally at first, then on purpose. I think part of me thought if I didn't look, it would vanish and I could file the entire thing under creepy, but over. I only ended up facing it because I went to grab more water from the truck. The windshield was still glazed with a thin sheen of moisture, the wipers at rest. The hood cooled in the morning air. I walked around to the driver's side to open the door and saw it. A napkin folded in half, tucked neatly under the driver's side wiper blade, white against the glass, the edges damp and curling just slightly from the dew. I stopped dead. It wasn't there last night. I would have seen it. There was no wind strong enough to have blown it in from somewhere else and slid it exactly into that spot. My scalp prickled. Cadence, I called my voice a little too sharp. She was by the fire ring rinsing out the coffee pot. What, come here? She set the pot down and walked over, wiping her hands on the seat of her jeans. Her steps slowed when she saw where I was looking. Is that from the diner, she asked, though we both knew it wasn't. I reached out and plucked the napkin loose. It was heavier than it should have been, weighty with moisture. There was writing on it, ink bled just a little at the edges. 4 words scrawled in blocky, firm handwriting. "You should move your tent." My heart did that sick twist thing like it was trying to turn itself inside out. "What the hell?" Cadence whispered, stepping closer. "When did last night?" I said. My throat tightened around the words. "Has to be." She looked at me, then really looked, eyes narrowing slightly. "Did you see him?" she asked. "Did you see Aiden?" I hesitated. That fraction of a second was enough. What she said. "Simon." What I heard people, I said, the confession forcing itself out, jagged and ugly. "Last night, around 3, voices outside the tent, and something by the truck." A twig snapped. I didn't wake you up." Her face went through a series of expressions so fast I couldn't track them. Confusion, fear, annoyance, something like betrayal. "Why wouldn't you tell me that?" She asked quietly. "I didn't want to freak you out," I said, hating how weak it sounded. "I wasn't sure it was anything. It could have just been, could have." She repeated, bitter. "You thought there were people talking outside our tent in the middle of the night, and you didn't think I needed to know. I'm telling you now," I said helplessly. She laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Oh, good. Now that someone has left us a horror movie note, now I get to know." The guilt hit hard, a physical blow in my gut. She was right. There was no good reason I hadn't woken her up. No good reason I'd tried to carry that alone and pretend it was nothing. It felt like superstition now, like I'd believed acknowledging it to another person would make it more real. "Cadence, I'm sorry," I said. I don't know. I thought it would stop. I thought it was just some drunk idiots, or we didn't see any other cars," she snapped. "Just him." As if summoned by his name, a voice came from the direction of the main clearing. "Morning." We both turned. Aiden was standing on the path between our site and the rest of the campground, hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie. It was like he'd grown out of the trees. Once again, I hadn't heard him approach. No footsteps, no gravel crunch. He was closer this time. The daylight smoothed out the shadows on his face, but somehow made him look even less defined, like someone had taken a generic human template and stopped halfway. My fingers curled around the napkin. I didn't tuck it away. I wanted him to see that I had it. "Was that you?" I asked, holding it up. The note, his eyes flicked to the napkin, then to me, then to Cadence, lingering there. "I didn't want to freak you out," he said, and my stomach clenched at the echo of my own words. "But yeah, that was me." "Why?" Cadence said. The word came out like a challenge. He shifted his weight, looking past us toward our tent. "I heard people walking around my car last night," he said. "More than one. Late. Way past quiet hours." A muscle in his jaw twitched. "It's not the first time I've seen weird stuff here," he added. "Found campsites abandoned. Gear left behind. Food still on the table. Tents half collapsed like whoever was in them got pulled out in a hurry." He said it so matter-of-factly, it made my skin crawl more than if he'd tried to dramatize it. I wanted to dismiss it as campfire story exaggeration. Every seasoned camper has tales like that. But the napkin in my hand, the boot prints from yesterday, the voices, it all clicked together into something I couldn't file under normal. "You're messing with us," I said, clinging to irritation because it was easier than fear. "You walk around people's tent in the middle of the night, then leave a note telling them to move it. You think that's funny?" For the first time since we'd met him, something like offense flashed across his face. It was gone almost immediately, smoothed away, but I saw it. "I didn't walk around your tent," he said evenly. "I stayed by my car. I don't know who was out here. I just know I heard footsteps, more than one set, and..." He hesitated, then shrugged. "I've seen what happens when people ignore things out here." The way he said things landed heavy. Cadence's anger shifted into cold unease. "What happens?" she asked. He looked at her for what felt like a long time. The eye contact had that same too intense quality, like he was watching for something specific in her expression. "People get scared," he said. "Pack up, leave stuff behind. Stop answering texts." "That's not an answer," I said. He shrugged again, a tiny lift of one shoulder. "If you want to stay, stay," he said. "You're adults. I just thought you should know I'm leaving before sunset. I don't like being here after dark anymore." He turned slightly as if to go, then glanced back one more time. "You should move your tent," he said to Cadence, "at least closer to the truck. You don't want that much open space behind it. Not here." Her throat moved as she swallowed. "Why not?" she whispered. "It gives them too much room," he said simply. Before either of us could ask who them was, he pivoted and walked away, back toward his blue sedan. The morning light caught on the scuffed soles of his boots. The tread pattern matched the prints that had circled our tent. Cadence and I stood there, shoulders almost touching, watching his back recede. "This is insane," I said, finally exhaling hard. "We should go. Today." "Yeah," she said quietly. "We should." Her fingers brushed mine, and unconscious reaching for contact. I squeezed the napkin in my other hand, so hard it tore a little, the ink smudging. We didn't talk about reset or quality time anymore. The trip had changed shape. It wasn't a vacation now. It was something we needed to survive. We made the decision to leave, but we didn't act like it until the sky started to change. The day itself was almost aggressively normal, which made the whole thing worse. The sun rose higher, the air warmed. We made a late breakfast, then a too early lunch, hovering in that in-between space where we didn't quite want to pack yet, but also didn't want to stray far from camp. More people might have arrived at the campground. Or not. I'm honestly not sure. I heard a car at one point, the crunch of tires on gravel, but I didn't go look. The outside world had shrunk to the radius of our campsite, the tent, the truck, the space in between. Every time I glanced toward the blue sedan, it was still there. Sometimes the driver's side window was cracked an inch. Sometimes it wasn't. I never actually saw Aiden get in or out. We kept pretending on and off that we might stay another night. It came up in small ways. We already paid for 2 nights. I said at one point, stirring the ash in the fire ring with a stick, even though we hadn't actually paid anything. There was a drop box, and we hadn't put our envelope in yet. Cadence looked at me like I'd grown a second head. "You want to sleep here again, after everything?" she asked. "No," I said quickly. "No, I don't know. Maybe if we move the tent, maybe if we..." "Forget it." The note, folded 4 times, sat in my pocket like a hard little weight. By late afternoon, the light started to go weird. The sun dipped behind the ridge, dragging shadows across the campground like a slow spill of ink. The air cooled faster than I expected. The trees on the far side of the clearing went dark at the trunks, while their tops still glowed. That was what finally kicked us into gear. "Okay," I said, standing up so fast my camp chair nearly tipped. "We're packing." Cadence didn't argue. She was already gathering loose items without seeming to realize it, stuffing utensils back into the bin, collapsing the camp chairs with jerky, impatient movements. Her hands shook just enough that the metal frames clanged together more loudly than they needed to. The wind had picked up, sending a steady hiss through the leaves. Somewhere a crow cawed once and then went silent. The bugs were still going strong, but the tone of their buzzing seemed to change higher, more frantic. We moved through the campsite like people who'd done this a dozen times, and like people trying to set a record. The tent came down in 6 minutes, still damp on the underside. We crammed the sleeping bags into their sacks instead of rolling them properly, the nylon puffing out in misshapen bulges. Guy lines were yanked from the dirt and tossed into the back seat instead of wrapped neatly. There was none of the lazy, end-of-trip energy you see on campground Instagram posts. No last beer by the fire, no one more walk. Just the mechanical urgency of people who have suddenly remembered they own a front door somewhere and desperately want to be behind it. As we worked, I noticed something else. The campground felt emptier. The other visible sites, too, near the entrance. One on the opposite side of the clearing had been occupied earlier. Now at a glance, they looked abandoned. No people, no movement. A couple of tents still standing, a cooler left on a table, a lantern hanging from a branch. But no signs of actual campers. "Do you see anyone?" I asked, lowering my voice without meaning to. Cadence looked up, scanning. "No," she said. "Maybe they went for a walk." "Right before dark," I said. "All of them." The question hung there. The sun slipped another inch. The light went from gold to flat gray. We were almost done. The last of our stuff sat near the truck, a bin of food, the folded tent, the bag with our clothes. The truck itself idled, engine humming, headlights off for the moment. I wanted to be able to leave the instant the last thing was in. "Can you grab the water jug?" I asked Cadence. "I think I left it by the faucet this morning." She hesitated. The space between our site and the central picnic tables seemed longer now, an exposed stretch of gravel and grass. "I'll go," I said quickly. "You finish loading." Before we could negotiate it further, a voice called to us from behind. "Hey!" We both jumped. Aiden was standing near his blue sedan, one hand resting on the trunk, the other hanging at his side. His hoodie was unzipped now, revealing a plain, dark t-shirt beneath. The light was low enough that his face was mostly shadow again. "Y'all heading out?" he asked. His tone was casual, but there was a tightness around his mouth. "Yeah," I said. "We are." He nodded once, eyes dropping briefly to the ground, then lifting again. "Smart," he said. "Should have done the same earlier." I frowned. "I thought you said you were leaving before sunset." He let out a short breath that might have been a laugh, but wasn't. "That was the plan," he said, "until I went to start my car." He stepped aside, then just enough that we could see the rear passenger side tire. It wasn't flat in the way a tire slowly loses air over time. The rubber was gashed. A long, ugly slice across the sidewall edges, ragged. It looked like it had been attacked. "Jesus," I said. "What happened?" "You tell me," he replied quietly. "This morning it was fine. I checked it. I always check them. A couple of hours ago I walked around to load my stuff and..." He gestured, like that. Cadence took a step closer, then stopped, hugging her arms around her body. Could it be a rock, or... "Sidewalls don't blow out like that from rocks in a campground," he said. "Something did this. On purpose." The world felt off-kilter for a second, like the ground under my feet had shifted. The idea that someone or something had been close enough to his car, had taken the time to slash his tire while we moved around our own site, made my skin crawl. "Do you have a spare?" I asked, clinging to practicalities. He nodded. "Used it last month," he said. "Haven't replaced it yet." "Of course." "You got service," he added. "You could call for help. Tow truck, ranger, something." I pulled my phone from my pocket and checked. 1 bar, the little circle spinning as it tried to load anything. "Barely," I said. "Maybe when we get back to the highway." He looked at me for a moment, then nodded. "Okay," he said. "Then when you get out of here, call the cops for me, or the ranger station, or my mom. I don't care who. Just tell someone I'm stuck out here and I need a ride." The attempt at humor fell flat, but he was trying. There was something like real fear under the sarcasm now, and it unnerved me more than his earlier weirdness had. Cadence stepped closer to me, her shoulder brushing my arm. "You're not coming with us?" she asked. I could hear the tension in her voice. He shook his head. "Don't think you want a stranger in your truck at night," he said simply. "I wouldn't. And anyway, somebody should stay with the car, in case whoever did this comes back." I didn't like the way he said "whoever." I didn't like the way the word "comes back" landed either. What if it was an animal, I said, knowing how weak it sounded. He gave me a look that said he knew I didn't believe that any more than he did. The sun slid the rest of the way behind the ridge. Just like that, the light died. Shadows doubled. The trees lost their individual shapes and became a single dark wall. The campground's lone lamppost flickered on its sickly yellow glow, failing to push back the encroaching night. At the same time, the insect chorus stopped. Not faded, stopped. Cadence's hand found my wrist. Her fingers were cold. "We'll call," I said to Aiden, forcing the words through a throat that didn't want to cooperate. "As soon as we get signal." "I swear." He nodded once. "Appreciate it," he said, voice quiet. "Y'all get going before it gets worse." Worse, how Cadence asked, but he didn't answer. He just turned back to his trunk, rummaging for something, the conversation clearly over. We loaded the last of our things in a flurry, tossing the bin into the back, slamming doors, buckling seatbelts with fumbling hands. I started the truck. The engine turned over instantly, a deep, reassuring growl. The headlights flared to life, carving out twin cones in the dark. I pulled out of the sight slowly, my hands locked at 10 and 2, my eyes flicking between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. The lamppost's light slid across the hood of the blue sedan as we passed. Aiden stood beside it, one hand resting on the roof, watching us go. It was the last time I saw him standing. The road out of the campground felt steeper on the way up than it had coming down. Gravel crunched under the tires. The truck's headlights swung from trees to empty air to more trees as the path wound back toward the forest road. For the first 30 seconds, no one spoke. My focus narrowed to the strip of ground in front of us, the glow of the dashboard, the rhythmic sweep of the windshield wipers as they cleared away a film of dust and tiny insects. My heart was hammering in time with the bumps in the road. Then Cadence exhaled a ragged sound. "I hate this," she said. "I hate all of this." "I know," I said. "We're almost out." "Assuming the road is still there," she muttered. Seb would have had a comment for that. Evan would have cracked a joke. But it was just us, and the silence swallowed the attempt at humor. We topped the last rise. The main forest road appeared ahead, a wider stretch of dirt that looked almost civilized now. Relief washed through me so hard, it made me lightheaded. We turned onto it, the transition from steep to flatter, loosening something in my chest. We'd gone maybe 100 yards when it happened. I don't know why I looked to the right at that exact moment. Maybe it was pure chance. Maybe some part of my brain caught motion in the corner of my eye. Whatever the reason, my gaze skimmed past the edge of the headlight's reach and into the wall of trees. And I saw them. 3 figures standing among the trunks about 30 feet into the woods. They weren't hiding. That was the worst part. They weren't crouched behind bushes or half concealed. They were just there, arranged in a loose line facing the road. For a split second, The headlights caught enough of them for my brain to register human height, human shape. Dark clothing, pale faces, no reflective gear, no lanterns, nothing that would explain why they were just standing there. The beams slid off them as the truck moved, throwing their silhouettes into sharp contrast, 3 dark cutouts against the slightly lighter background of the forest. Then we were past. My foot moved to the brake pedal before I'd consciously told it to. The truck slowed, not dramatically, but enough that the engine tone changed. Beside me, Cadence sucked in a sharp breath. "Did you?" "Yeah," I said. "I saw them." My mind scrambled for explanations. Hikers, campers from another site out for a night walk? Poachers, park, staff. None of those possibilities fit the way they were standing. The way they hadn't moved at all, not even to shield their eyes from the sudden glare of the headlights. Most people flinch when a vehicle's beams hit them out of nowhere. These didn't. The urge to stop fully, to put the truck in reverse and go back, hit me hard. Maybe they needed help. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they were the ones messing with Aiden's car. Maybe they were the ones who'd walked around our tent last night and snapped a twig by my truck. The weight of responsibility pressed down on my chest. If we drove away and something happened to someone out there, what would that make me? My foot pressed the brake a little harder. The truck slowed more. Cadence's hand shot out and grabbed my arm, fingers digging in so hard it almost hurt. "Drive," she said. Her voice wasn't a suggestion, it was a command. I looked at her. Her face was pale eyes, blown wide pupils huge in the dim cab. Her jaw shook just slightly. There were tears standing in the corners of her eyes, not falling yet held there by sheer force of will. Cadence Simon. Her nails bit into my skin. "You need to drive." Something in her tone cut through the haze in my head. There was pure animal terror there, the kind that doesn't bother with words. It hit that same part of me that had kept me lying still in the tent the night before, pretending to be asleep. I eased my foot off the brake and pressed the gas. The truck accelerated, tires spitting a little gravel as we picked up speed. The figures vanished behind the trees, swallowed by darkness and distance. Neither of us looked back. The forest thinned gradually, then all at once. The dirt road gave way to the paved 2-lane highway, the sudden smoothness of it a shock. The familiar reflectors on the road appeared like breadcrumbs leading us away. Civilization, in the form of a gas station sign glowing faintly in the distance, felt like a hallucination. Cadence didn't say a word the entire way to the main highway. She stared straight ahead, one hand white-knuckled on the grab handle above her window, the other still clamped onto my arm. Her nails left little crescents in my skin. I didn't shake her off. When my phone finally pinged with a notification, I nearly jumped out of my seat. The screen lit up with a flood of messages, all backed up from hours of no service, group chats, work emails, junk, the normal world trying to reassert itself pixel by pixel. I pulled off onto the shoulder, the truck rumbling over the rumble strip. The hazard lights clicked on with a steady mechanical beat. "Call Cadence," said quietly. I knew who she meant. I dialed 911. The dispatcher's voice was calm, practiced. 911, what's your emergency?" "Hi," I said. My mouth felt dry. "I'm not sure if this is an emergency, but we just left the Harry National Forest campground. There's a guy stuck out there, blue sedan / tire. He needs help getting out." The dispatcher asked for details. Location, nearest road, description of the vehicle, description of Aiden. I gave everything I could remember, color, approximate age, the way his boot treads looked. I even mentioned the weirdness, the note, the voices, the figures. I don't know why I did. Maybe I wanted someone official to tell me it was all in my head. There was a brief silence on the other end. I heard fingers typing. "Sir," she said finally, Just to confirm, you're talking about the small campground off of Forest Road 12 near mile marker 27. Yeah, I said. That sounds right. There was another pause. When she spoke again, her tone had shifted just a little. That campground's been closed for the past week, she said. Temporarily. There was a notice sent out. No vehicles are supposed to be in there right now. No active reservations. I stared at the highway ahead, the lane lines blurring slightly. Well, there is a vehicle in there, I said. The Blue Sedan. We were just there. We camped there last night. A ranger never came by. She hummed low, skeptical. We'll dispatch a unit to check the area, she said. If you'd like to leave your contact information, an officer can follow up with you. I left my name, my number. It felt like dropping a pebble into a well. She thanked me and hung up. The cab was quiet again, except for the soft, relentless tick of the hazard lights. Cadence finally let go of my arm. I could see the half-moon indents her nails had left in my skin. You're shaking, I said. So are you, she replied. We pulled back onto the highway. The sky ahead was darker now, the last light drained from the edges of the trees. The glow of the city miles away smeared the horizon with a dirty orange haze. No one from the police ever called back. Days passed, then weeks. I checked my voicemail obsessively at first, then less often. I searched the local news for Uhari, for hiker missing, for body recovered. Nothing. If an officer went out there and found him, it didn't make it into any story I could find. Sometimes I tell myself that means they helped him, that it was so minor it wasn't even worth a report that reached me. Sometimes I tell myself the opposite. Months later, I got a voicemail from an unknown number while I was at work. The area code matched the region around the forest, but that didn't register until later. The message came in without a ring. My phone buzzed once on my desk. New voicemail? I put in my earbuds and hit play, expecting a telemarketer. At first it was just static, not the crisp kind you get from a bad radio station. A low, thick hiss like white noise recorded in a room where someone had been talking minutes before. I almost deleted it. Then, under the noise, something shifted. A breath, a crackle. The faintest suggestion of words stretched thin. You. The static swelled, swallowing it. Should have. I sat up straighter. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. My finger hovered over the hang-up button, but I couldn't press it. Moved. The word elongated pulled through distance. My heart pounded so hard it made my vision pulse. Your tent. The last word was barely there, more implied than heard. The message cut off with a soft click. The call details said it had lasted 14 seconds. The number was unlisted. I tried to call back. It rang once, then went to an automated voice. This number is not in service. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe the dispatcher had shared our story in a break room, and someone with a dark sense of humor decided to have fun with it. That's what I tell myself on good days. On bad days, I remember the way those three figures stood in the trees, not hiding, just watching. I remember the blue sedan alone in the clearing, with a tire cut open like an offering. And I remember the way Aiden's voice sounded when he said, "You're lucky. You still get to leave." Now, whenever I hear anything outside my bedroom window at 3 a.m, a car door, a muffled voice, the crunch of gravel from the parking lot, I stay very still. I don't get up. I don't look, because I can't shake the feeling that somewhere on some grainy dash cam footage or security feed or body cam, I'm the stranger in someone else's horror story, driving away while they stay behind. By the time I decided to disappear into the woods, I'd already done the quieter version of disappearing. You know the type, ignoring texts, letting dishes pile up, answering, "How are you?" with busy, and hoping nobody had the energy to push past that. Half my life was lived behind a laptop screen on mute, nodding in all the right places, while people with better haircuts than me talked about deliverables and action items. On paper, I was fine. 28 decent salary as a remote IT consultant in Bozeman, Montana. Small one-bedroom apartment, reliable truck health insurance, a 401k I barely looked at. I could work from anywhere, which sounded like freedom when I first got the job and sounded like a sentence later. If you looked closer, though, you'd see the cracks. The empty side of the closet where my ex-wife's clothes used to hang. The pale square on the living room wall where her favorite painting had been. The little half moon of white on my ring finger that took months to fade. The divorce had been finalized 3 months earlier. It wasn't explosive. No plates thrown, no screaming matches in parking lots. Just two people who had slowly become strangers, sharing a couch, realizing they were more comfortable with silence than each other. She left first. Then the plants started dying. Then the apartment got too quiet. I tried all the usual fixes: therapy, running, dating apps, drinking a little more than I meant to on weeknights. None of it touched the core feeling, this dense gray heaviness that made every day feel like a rerun of a show I'd stopped liking halfway through the first season. What finally pushed me over wasn't dramatic. It was 2:13 a.m. on a Tuesday. I remember the time because my laptop clock was still glowing when I checked it, even though I'd closed the lid an hour earlier. I was sitting on my couch and the dark TV off, phone in my hand, thumb scrolling through nothing. The only sound in the apartment was the refrigerator humming and the occasional hiss from the baseboard heater. I realized in a way that felt sharp and painful that if I didn't change something soon, this was going to be it. The rest of my 20s, my 30s, maybe my whole life, just an endless loop of blue light, reheated leftovers, and status updates. The idea came to me so suddenly, it felt less like a thought and more like a sentence handed down. Go away. Not for a weekend. Not to a cabin with Wi-Fi and a hot tub and a guest book full of other people's carefully curated escapes. Really away. Off-grid, off-map, somewhere I'd have to work to get out of if I changed my mind. Somewhere the only sounds would be wind, water, and my own brain. At the time, it felt like survival. Later, it would feel like I'd auditioned for something, without realizing there was a role already waiting for me. Once I'd decided, the rest of it moved fast. The next morning, I opened my laptop like usual, joined a stand-up call, nodded through 15 minutes of conversation I couldn't recall 5 seconds after it ended. Then, I opened a new tab and typed Montana backcountry camping into the search bar. I went past the first page of results, past the glossy guide sites and the official Forest Service campgrounds with reservation systems and rules. I dug deeper into old forums that looked like they hadn't been updated since I was in high school. Threads with timestamps from 6, 7, 8 years ago. Posts from people with usernames like Trail Ghost and Off-Grid Tom. That's where I found the mention of unofficial spots in Helena Lewis and Clark National Forest. No GPS coordinates, just vague directions and oblique references. If you're willing to take a really nasty service road and don't mind no one being able to find you, there's a clearing off an overgrown track near road name redacted by a mod. Not going to post exact directions, but you'll know it when you see it. There were replies arguing about whether people should even share that kind of information. Someone else chimed in about a weird old tent they'd seen out there once, like a relic. I should have taken that as a hint. Instead, I took it as a challenge. I spent the rest of the week hoarding PTO like ammunition. My boss barely blinked when I told him I needed to take some time. As long as you give me a heads up and don't vanish mid-deploy, he said. Have fun off the grid or whatever. I told my younger brother the bare minimum that I was going camping up near Helena for a week alone, no cell service. I texted him a screenshot of a map with a broad circle drawn in red around a chunk of green. If you don't hear from me in 10 days, I wrote, you can start worrying. He replied with a thumbs up emoji and a skull. Typical. I didn't tell him where I was really going. Part of that was me wanting to feel untethered. Part of it was that I didn't entirely trust myself not to change my mind if someone else knew exactly where I'd be. I packed like I was prepping for a test I desperately wanted to pass. Freeze-dried meals, water purification tablets, a first aid kit stocked with more than just Band-Aids, my old backpacking stove, extra socks, 2 flashlights and a headlamp, a good knife, more paracord than I'd reasonably need, and because this was still Montana and I wasn't stupid, my Remington 700. I'm not one of those guys who cleans guns for fun, but my dad had drilled certain things into me when I was younger. You respect the weather, the water, and the wildlife. Going deep into the backcountry without a rifle wouldn't have been romantic. It would have been suicidal. When everything was ready, my truck looked heavier, like it understood what was coming. I loaded the gear the night before, the chill of the metal seeping into my hands. The air in Bozeman had that late fall bite to it, cold enough that your breath showed not cold enough to be pretty. I tried to sleep. I managed a handful of hours broken into chunks. I woke up from a dream where I was packing and repacking the truck, but could never quite fit everything inside. Morning came washed out and pale. I made coffee that tasted burnt no matter how carefully I poured it. When I locked the apartment door behind me, the click of the deadbolt sounded weirdly final. The drive started out familiar. Paved highway cutting through fields and low rolling hills. Pickup trucks and Subarus sharing the road. Billboards advertising casinos, ranch auctions, and churches. I turned the radio on for background noise and ended up driving the first hour in silence anyway, the DJ's chatter sliding past me. My mind floated somewhere between the past and the imagined future arguments, replayed alternate decisions, rehearsed fantasies of coming back from the trip as some improved version of myself who ate better and didn't wake up at 3 a.m. staring at the ceiling. The miles ticked by. The last real town thinned out behind me, its gas stations and fast food signs receding in the rearview mirror. Eventually, the road narrowed, the asphalt turning patchy, then giving way to a strip of cracked pavement with weeds pushing up through it. I passed a faded sign for Helena Lewis and Clark National Forest. The letters chipped, the emblem sun-bleached. This was where the directions stopped being official. The GPS on my dashboard map app started to freak out, the little blue arrow hopping left and right, as if it wasn't sure which line was the road and which was just old scars in the land. Cell bars dropped from 3 to 1 to 0. I kept driving. I followed the instructions I'd scraped together from those old forum posts. Take the forest road north until you see a cattle gate on your left with a missing board. Go past the official trailhead. The one you want is just a couple hundred yards beyond unmarked. You'll think you've gone too far. Keep going until the road basically gives up. Eventually, I hit the section they'd warned about. The Forest Service road narrowed to the point that branches scraped along the sides of the truck with a shrill, nails-on-metal screech. The ground went from rough to actively hostile. Deep ruts forced me to drive at a crawl, the suspension groaning. Twice I had to stop, get out, and drag fallen branches out of the way, my boots crunching on old frost. It was somewhere along that stretch that the wipers started. There wasn't any rain. The sky was high and cold and almost painfully clear, but a thin mist of road grit and old bug splatter was starting to streak the windshield, making everything blurry at the edges. I hit the washer fluid, and the wipers flicked on automatically. Squeak, 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 squeak. 7 passes, then they stopped. I frowned. I hadn't taken my finger off the control. The motor just paused. The blades froze mid-swipe. A heartbeat later, they resumed. 7 more passes. Pause. Squeak. 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 The sound burrowed under my skin. Wipers are supposed to be boring part of the background machinery of a car. These weren't. The rubber squealed against dry glass at the top of each arc, a high complaining note that made my molars vibrate. I adjusted the setting. Low, high, intermittent. It didn't matter. 7 wipes, then a pause. Over and over. I told myself it was a glitch in the relay. Something electrical. I'd meant to get the truck checked out before winter anyway. I turned the wipers off, then back on. Same pattern. 7 strokes. Silence. 7 strokes. Silence. I shut them off completely. The windshield dried in the cold air. I could see fine without them for now. I turned the radio up to drown out the phantom rhythm. It didn't help. My brain kept filling in the squeak in the silence between words from the DJ. Squeak, 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 squeak. I found myself counting them out on my fingers against the steering wheel thumb to pinky and back again. 7. 7. 7. Quit it, I muttered to myself. You're being weird. The trees pressed closer to the road, tall and dark, the kind that look ancient even if they aren't. The sunlight filtered down in stripes, turning the interior of the truck into alternating bands of bright and shadow. My cell phone on the passenger seat was a dead rectangle of glass. No notifications, no emails, no signal. For the first time, the silence I'd been craving felt real. The world shrank to the cab of the truck, the dirt in front of me, and the dense green-black forest rising on both sides. Another mile, maybe 2. Time got elastic out there. The road finally ended, not with a sign or a turnoff, but by just giving up. The ruts grew too deep, the brush too thick. I eased the truck to a stop under a cluster of pines, killed the engine, and listened as the last mechanical sounds ticked themselves out. The sudden absence of that low, constant hum left the air feeling huge. For a long moment, I just sat there, hands resting on the steering wheel, my breath loud in my own ears. The quiet felt almost alive. Then I opened the door and stepped out into it, hearing gravel crunch under my boots, the sound swallowed up by the trees. Somewhere beyond them, if those cryptic posts were right, there was a clearing waiting for me. What I didn't know yet was that something else was waiting there too, because I wouldn't be the first one who'd tried to disappear in that spot. And I wasn't the first one to put up a tent there either. I didn't have to hike far to find the clearing. From where I'd parked, there was a faint path, not an official trail, just a suggestion of one. A place where boots and hooves had worn the grass thinner over who knows how many seasons. Fallen needles softened the ground, deadening the sound of my steps. The air had that cold, resinous smell I always associate with pine forests, and late autumn sharp and clean with something sour underneath, like old sap. The woods weren't loud exactly, but they weren't silent either. A breeze threaded through the branches high overhead, making them whisper against each other. Somewhere off to my left, a jay screeched once, offended by something I couldn't see. The occasional creak of a tree settled in somewhere behind me, the kind of sound that makes you turn your head even though you know it's just wood moving. I followed the faint path, backpack straps biting into my shoulders, rifle slung comfortably against my back. The urge to check my phone hit me twice before I remembered it was useless out here. I reached down and tapped my thigh instead, like I could scroll my nerves away. Then the trees thinned and the forest opened up. The clearing wasn't big, maybe the size of a small house lot. The ground, mostly flat, was covered in short grass with patches of bare dirt where the sun had hit hardest. Moss clung to a few low rocks scattered around the perimeter. On the far edge, a stand of older pines stood closer together, their trunks stained dark near the base where snowmelt and rain had pooled over the years. At first glance, it looked exactly like what I'd hoped for, remote, empty, untouched. Then my brain finished taking it in. There, about 30 feet from the tree line, was a tent. It was the color of old army surplus gear, an olive green that might once have blended into the forest, but now just looked tired. The fabric sagged in the middle, one corner half collapsed. The poles under it bowed like they were bearing a burden they were never meant to carry this long. Patches of darker discoloration stained the rainfly creeping up from the bottom like mold-climbing wallpaper. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, one boot still in the trees, the other on open ground. My first thought was that someone had beaten me to it, that I'd followed some decade-old directions just to end up sharing a spot with another solitude tourist. But the more I looked at the tent, the less that made sense. No camp chairs, no fire ring, no tarp, no food hung in a tree, no bear canister, no cooler, no footsteps in the dirt. The grass around it looked undisturbed, except for the way it had grown differently where the fabric shaded it. It didn't look occupied. It looked left. The part of me that had grown up camping with my dad kicked in. You don't mess with other people's camp. You don't go through their stuff. You sure as hell don't rifle through their tent. The part of me that had driven 4 hours to find this exact nowhere, who'd spent nights reading those vague forum posts like ghost stories, looked at it and felt something else, curiosity. This is stupid, I muttered to myself, stepping forward anyway. I stopped about 10 feet away, close enough to see more detail. The tent's zipper was mostly closed, but the flap at the bottom hung open by maybe 3 inches, like it couldn't quite muster the energy to shut all the way. Black spots freckled the fabric, and a thin green fuzz crawled along one seam where moisture had done what it always does when humans stop tending to things. I called out because that's what you're supposed to do. Hello? The word sounded wrong in the clearing. Too loud and at the same time swallowed. No answer. Anyone here? I tried louder. Only the wind bothered to respond, hissing through the trees with a slight uptick, as if annoyed at the noise. Up close, the smell hit me. It wasn't immediately identifiable. Not the sweet, sick smell of a fresh carcass or the sharp stench of garbage. It was older, layered mildew and wet fabric, and something else riding underneath, something sour and animal and unpleasant. I gagged a little air catching at the back of my throat. Instinct told me to back up. The rest of me stayed put. The zipper's metal pull tab was crusted with rust. I hesitated for a full 3 seconds, fingers hovering over it, thinking of every horror movie cold open I'd just volunteered to star in. Then I wrapped my hand around it and tugged. The zipper rasped, teeth dragging against each other with a sound that made my jaw clench. It stuck halfway. I had to shift angle and pull again harder before it gave and slid the rest of the way. The smell rolled out in a heavier wave, thick and humid like breath from a stale mouth. I leaned back reflexively, turning my head to grab a lungful of cleaner air, then angled my face toward the opening and looked inside. It was darker in there than it should have been, given the light outside. My eyes took a moment to adjust. On the left, an old sleeping bag lay unzipped, half twisted, like its last occupant had rolled over and never straightened it again. The color had once been blue. Now it was a washed-out gray with dark, damp-looking patches along the seams. The fabric at the foot was torn, stuffing poking out like exposed cotton. On the right, 2 empty soup cans sat in a neat line, labels long since peeled away by time and moisture. Their insides were rust red, rimmed with old residue. Beside them, a spoon lay on its side, the bowl still crusted with something that had petrified into an unidentifiable flake. Little details stuck out. A plastic lighter with no fuel left. A pair of socks balled up and stiff with age. A crumpled energy bar wrapper trapped in a corner. And near the middle, just inside the door, a small black notebook. It was the size of my palm with a cheap cardboard cover that had once been matte, but now shone in slick spots where dampness had warped it. It lay face down, pages slightly fanned, like it had been dropped there and forgotten. I stared at it for a long moment. Everything in me said I had no business touching anything in that tent. That this was someone's life, or had been, and I had no right. But the tent didn't feel like a place someone might come back to. It felt like a found object, a relic. The forest had already started reclaiming it. I held my breath and reached in. My arm brushed against the stale, cold air inside, and goosebumps rose on my skin despite the layers I was wearing. My fingers closed around the notebook, and for a second, it felt like grabbing a submerged stone, damp and unexpectedly cold to the touch. I pulled it out and straightened up, stepping back instinctively, as if distance would help. Tiny black flecks from the cover stuck to my fingers. I wiped them off on my jeans and turned the notebook over. No name on the front, no brand, just dull, warped cardboard. I flipped it open. There was no writing in it in the way you normally expect. No dates at the top of pages. No day one arrived at camp or weather's bad, but spirits are high. There were only tally marks, page after page of them. 4 vertical lines crossed by a diagonal slash, the classic prison wall count. Groups of 5 which some deeper pattern had then reorganized. Whoever had made them was precise. The spacing between marks was nearly identical. The angle of each slash was consistent. I turned pages slowly, my thumb making a soft wah-pie sound as it lifted and dropped. Each page held several clusters of 7 tallies, space 7 tallies, space. Most pages were full edges, smudged slightly where the writer's hand had rested. The ink was dark gray now instead of black, but it hadn't faded into illegibility. It was like reading a calendar written in scratches. 1 week, 2, 4, 10. I caught myself counting lips moving soundlessly. 7 tallies, then another 7, then another, grouping them together in my head. 7 days in a week. 7 marks. 7 weeks in 7 sevens. 49. Whoever owned this had been marking something for a long time. Sleep days alone. Nights in the tent. Every so often there was a break, a wider space, as if the person had turned the page with more force, or stopped mid-mark and come back later. I don't know how long I stood there flipping pages. The forest felt far away, sound muffled by the weird little bubble I'd stepped into. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. When I reached the last sheet, something in my stomach tightened. There were tallies there too, but not as many. 6 groups of 7 in neat rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then below those, a 7th group, 4 marks. No 5th slash. Just 4 thin lines standing alone, waiting. My thumb hovered over the edge of the page, afraid to touch that space, stupid as that sounds. It felt like interrupting someone mid-sentence. The other pages were complete. This one wasn't. Day 1 through 7, over and over and over, stacked in clusters. And then, day 8. Started but not finished. The air seemed to get colder around me. The smell from the tent crawled up the back of my throat again. The rational part of my brain threw out explanations. They got bored. They lost the notebook. They stopped counting. They got rained on and didn't come back to the habit. The other part, the one tuned to the things we don't talk about in offices and grocery store lines, whispered something else. they were interrupted. I closed the notebook carefully, as if that could keep whatever story it had been telling contained. I should have put it back. That's what my dad would have told me to do. Leave other people's stuff where you found it. The forest takes what it wants. You don't need to help. Instead, I slid it into my backpack. Not because I wanted a souvenir, because I needed to understand it. Because it felt like if I walked away and left it there, the question would itch under my skin for the rest of my life. As soon as the weight of it settled between my extra socks and the first aid kit, I felt something shift. Not in the air or in the ground, in me. Like I'd just agreed to something without reading the terms. I turned back to the tent one last time. Up close, I noticed something I hadn't from a distance. Along the lower edge of the fabric, in the band of grime where rain had splashed dirt for years, there were faint, straight lines scratched into the metal of the poles and the little aluminum stake loops. Tallies. Not many. Just a handful spaced out, some half obliterated by rust. 7 here. 7 there. 7, 7, 7. I stepped back slowly, feeling suddenly very visible in the middle of that clearing. The wind picked up a gust that made the tent fabric shiver and flap once, like something inside had shifted its weight. "All right," I said out loud, like an idiot talking to an empty space. My voice sounded too thin. "You were here first. I get it." Then I turned my back on the tent and walked to the other side of the clearing to set up my own camp. Far enough away that I could pretend the smell didn't reach me. Close enough that I could keep an eye on it. By the time the sun went down, the clearing had started to feel almost like mine. I'd set my tent up on the opposite side from the old one, closer to the trees, but not so close that branches scraped the rainfly. The grass there was thinner, the ground a little rockier, but I preferred that to waking up with mold creeping under my door. I staked the corners carefully, double-checking the tension on each line the way my dad had taught me. My little camp took shape in a neat, functional pattern tent, small fire ring built from stones I'd scavenged at the edge of the clearing, a log dragged into place as a makeshift bench. The stove sat on a flat rock. My pack leaned against a tree rifle propped upright beside it, barrel angled away. Across the clearing, the olive-green tent sagged in the last light like a sleeping animal, too tired to breathe properly. I tried not to look at it when the shadows started to stretch. The sky that night was obscene. You forget what stars really look like when you live anywhere with streetlights. Even a small city spreads a dome of orange over everything, washing out all but the brightest points. Out here, the sky was a black ocean full of holes, each one leaking cold light. The Milky Way was an actual band, not a concept. It tore across the darkness overhead, fuzzed at the edges, pulsing faintly if you stared long enough. I lay back on the log after dinner, a half-rehydrated meal sitting warm in my stomach, and just looked up. The air had teeth. The temperature had dropped fast, the kind of high country fall chill that goes straight for your joints. My breath came out in thin white ribbons that drifted away. What struck me most wasn't silence. It was the texture of the quiet. There were sounds if you listened, the soft ticking of the cooling metal on my stove, a distant, irregular chirp from whatever insects had survived the season this far north, the occasional creak and sigh of the trees as they shifted under their own weight. Somewhere far off, a coyote yipped once, voice thin and high, then was answered by another. All of it layered together into something that wasn't exactly noise and wasn't exactly silence. It felt like the forest breathing around me, slow and deep and indifferent. I'd wanted to be alone. Sitting there under that ridiculous sky, hearing only my own small movements and the big, patient sounds of the world, I realized I'd gotten what I asked for. I stayed by the embers until my fingers went numb, then forced myself up, stomped out what was left of the fire, and crawled into my tent. Inside, it smelled like nylon and new plastic, and the faint, familiar detergent scent of my sleeping bag. I'd clipped the zipper pulls together from the inside, a habit I'd picked up from reading too many threads about tent flaps working open in the middle of the night. It wasn't a lock, not really. Just a deterrent, a reminder that if something wanted in it, would have to try. My rifle lay next to my sleeping pad within easy reach. I checked the safety twice without consciously meaning to. Relax, I told myself, half laughing. You wanted this, remember? My own voice sounded small in the little dome of the tent. I turned off the headlamp. Darkness collapsed in thick and sudden. The fabric glowed faintly from starlight and nothing else. I lay down, cocooned in synthetic insulation, and listened to my heartbeat slow until it faded into the background. Sometime later, I don't know how long I woke up. There's a very particular sensation to being pulled out of sleep by something external. It's different from a bad dream where the alarm comes from inside you. This felt like being tapped on the shoulder from outside my skull. I lay still, eyes open to black, not yet sure why I'd surfaced. Then I heard it. Whispers. At first I thought it was wind, a soft, sibilant sound sifting through the pines, the kind of noise your brain can turn into words if you're already primed to be weird. But wind doesn't pause like that. It doesn't swell and dip in a rhythm that suggests sentences. It doesn't break into separate threads overlapping faintly, 2, maybe 3 distinct tones weaving in and out. I held my breath. The whispers were close. Not right at the tent wall, but not far enough away to dismiss. 20 feet, 15, sound is slippery in open spaces at night. It felt like they were circling the clearing voices, rising and falling just beneath the threshold of understanding. My mind did that thing where it tries to decide quickly between the least frightening possibilities. Hikers, hunters, some other campers who found this place too. They were talking normally, I told myself. The distance and the tent were flattening it, making it thinner, stranger. Then one of the whispers broke off, and I heard something else. Bare footsteps. The sound is different from boots. Lighter, less crunch, more pad. Skin on dirt with a faint stickiness to it, where soles pick up moisture. It moved with a slow, deliberate pace, each step placed carefully. The footsteps curved around the tent. I could feel their path even without sight, starting somewhere near my feet, moving along the side, brushing through the grass, the faintest rustle, then pausing near my head. There was a moment of absolute stillness. Then the nylon at the door trembled. The zipper rattled once gently, like someone testing it with 2 fingers. Please be the wind, a small, stupid part of me thought, fully aware that wind doesn't unzip tents. The clip held. The teeth stayed interlocked. The whispers had gone silent now. Whoever was out there was focusing on this. I reached for the rifle as slowly as I could, fingers inching along the sleeping bag until they found the stock. The cold metal grounded me. The reality of the weight, the feel of the safety under my thumb cut through some of the fog. The zipper jiggled again, harder this time. The whole door panel quivered. The sound metal on metal teeth flexing but not releasing filled the tent. It wasn't loud in an absolute sense, but in that darkness, at that distance, it felt huge. My heart slammed against my ribs in response, rising to meet it. The third time, it wasn't tentative. The zipper jerked. The pulls snapped taut against the clip with a sharp clack that made me flinch. The tent wall bowed inward with the force, the silhouette of someone's hand, a darker shape in the dark, pressing against the fabric for a fraction of a second. That was the first real spike of panic, white and hot, that made my fingertips tingle. I'd been telling myself up to that point that this could still be explained. Some drunk idiot, some lost hiker thinking this was their friend's tent. Clumsy, random. But the next sound killed that. Scratching. Not frantic. Not wild. Methodical. Like the tip of something hard, metal maybe, or bone being dragged down the seam, probing for weakness. It moved in slow arcs, just below the zipper, then higher, then lower again, tracing up and down the line where the door would open. The sound of it was wrong in a way I felt in my teeth. Too close. Too intimate. The tent fabric transmitted the vibrations directly into the air around my face. Every instinct I had, which granted, had mostly been honed on unpatched servers and deadlines, not whatever this was started shouting at once. I snapped. Back off, I yelled louder than I'd meant to. My voice cracked in the middle. I'm armed. I thumbed the safety off with a click that sounded enormous to me. I pointed the barrel directly at where the scratching was, knowing full well it wouldn't do anything to nylon, but needing the orientation. The scratching stopped. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. No whispers, no scraping, no footsteps. Then the world outside my tent exploded into motion. Footsteps, plural, now definitely plural, burst into life all around me. They pounded away in different directions, crisscrossing, overlapping. One set veered sharply left, crashing through brush toward the old tent side of the clearing. Another sprinted toward the trees behind my own camp. A third, unless my fear was inventing extra cut toward where I'd parked the truck sticks, snapping under its weight. They were too light to be boots, too quick for anything on four legs, unless Montana wildlife had started running track. My breath came in ragged gulps. I stayed frozen, rifle trained on the door, waiting for one of those sets of footsteps to turn back, to curve around, to come in for another try. They didn't. Within 10 seconds, the noise faded into the forest, swallowed up by the deeper, older sounds, the wind, the distant creak I hadn't even noticed before the creak of trunks. The whispers didn't return. I lay there in the dark, staring at the faintly glowing fabric inches from my face, every muscle locked so tight it hurt. My finger hovered alongside the trigger, not quite on it the way my dad had drilled into me. Safety lesson echoes collided with primal terror. Minutes passed, or maybe it was an hour. Time had gone elastic again. Gradually, my breathing lost its edge. The pounding in my ears receded enough that I could hear the smaller noises again. A mouse rustling in the leaves. The soft sigh of my own sleeping bag when I shifted. I didn't sleep again that night, not really. Every time I felt my consciousness start to slip, the memory of that hand-shaped bulge against the tent wall jolted me back. At some point, the first weak wash of gray seeped through the fabric, hinting at dawn. I lay there, eyes, gritty jaw, aching from being clenched so long, and thought, you wanted to be alone. You were wrong, because whoever or whatever had circled my tent in bare feet, had tested my zipper, had scratched at my door, like it was considering cutting me out. They didn't feel like strangers passing through. They felt like regulars. And I had just announced very loudly that I'd noticed them. Dawn didn't so much arrive as seep in. The tent fabric slowly shifted from black to bruised gray. Every joint in my body ached from lying too rigid for too long. My tongue felt like sandpaper. I hadn't taken my hand off the rifle in hours. At some point, the faintest birdsong started, one hesitant chirp, then another, but it sounded thin and uncertain, like even they weren't sure it was okay to make noise yet. I waited until I could see the faint outline of my hand in front of my face before I moved. Unclipping the zipper pulls felt like dismantling the only barrier between what happened and what happens next. The metal piece was cold and slightly slick under my fingers. I had to force myself not to fumble it. Okay, I muttered, though I wasn't sure who I was talking to. Let's see how crazy you are. The zipper rasped down slowly, a teeth-on-teeth sound that made me wince. I pushed the flap aside and stuck my head out first, like I was afraid the world might be different if I fully committed. It kind of was. The clearing looked washed out, all color leached by early light. The grass was silvered with dew. The air smelled like cold dirt and the last ghost of last night's fire. My breath puffed white as I exhaled. I turned my head automatically toward the opposite side of the clearing and blinked. The old tent was gone. For a moment, my brain simply refused to accept that fact. I felt that tiny jolt of disorientation you get when furniture in a familiar room has been moved. I knew there had been a sagging, mold-streaked shape over there when I'd crawled into my own tent. I had stared at it, told it was here first. I had walked past it. Now there was just space. No collapsed fabric. No leftover poles. No crumpled sleeping bag or rusted soup cans. Just a patch of grass and dirt. I crawled the rest of the way out of my tent on autopilot boots, sinking slightly into the damp ground. A chill ran up my back that had nothing to do with the temperature. Okay, I said again, voice too loud in the morning quiet. Nope. I walked straight toward the spot where the old tent had been heart-beating high in my throat. The distance felt longer than it had the day before, like the clearing had stretched in the night. When I reached it, I stopped and turned in a slow circle, trying to line up the memory of the sagging green fabric with what I was seeing now. There was nothing. Not even the things that should have been there if someone had packed it up in a hurry. No flat, dead patch of ground where the floor had been. No stake holes punched into the dirt. No drag marks. No scraps of nylon or stupid plastic zipper pulls. The grass here wasn't shorter. It wasn't bent. It wasn't anything. If I'd walked into the clearing for the first time that morning, I would have told you no one had ever camped there. My skin crawled. The rational part of my brain tried to rally. Maybe I'd misjudged the distance yesterday. Maybe the tent had been a little to the left, a little closer to the tree line, and I was standing in the wrong place. Maybe somehow in the dark, someone had come and hauled the whole rotten thing out. Sure, in the middle of nowhere, without a vehicle, without leaving a mark. My heartbeat thudded louder in my ears. I forced myself to take a breath, then another. You're missing footprints, I told myself. If anybody was out here, they had to walk. That thought steadied me. Tracks are real. Tracks mean cause and effect, weight on earth, physics obeyed. I looked down. At first, nothing jumped out. Just variations in the dirt and damp grass. Then, as my eyes adjusted, a pattern emerged. They were faint, but they were there, shallow depressions in a loose ring around where I'd been sleeping. Not boot prints, no tread, no sharp edges, bare feet. The ball of the foot had left a smoothed oval, the heel a shallower dent. 4 toe marks up front, each one only barely visible. In the weak morning light, they looked like someone had pressed their fingers lightly into wet clay, just enough to disturb the surface, not enough to leave detail. They were spaced evenly, maybe 2 feet apart, forming a rough circle around my tent at a radius of 20 feet or so. There weren't dozens of them. This wasn't a chaotic mess. It was a track, a path. Someone or several someones had walked that perimeter step by slow step, making a loop around me while I tried not to move inside my nylon shell. I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. Some of the prints were deeper. Here and there, one depression sank farther than the rest, the heel dug and the ball compressed. Those spots clustered mostly on the side of the clearing where I now stood. They marked where someone had stopped, stood, watched. I crouched next to one without quite meaning to my knees popping. My fingers hovered over the indentation but didn't touch it. The thought of putting my hand in that space felt wrong, a kind of trespass different from taking the notebook. From where I knelt, the circle of prints resolved itself more clearly in my mind. I could trace the path visually, now start slow, curve deeper, mark, slow, curve again. Whatever had walked it hadn't hurried. I stood too fast, a little dizzy. The clearing spun for a heartbeat, then settled. The circle of bare feet led off in one direction, the pattern breaking away at the point closest to the trees behind my truck. The wind had picked up just enough to shift the tops of the pines, making them whisper. I followed the trail. Once I saw the prints, I couldn't unsee them. They curved between tufts of grass, and patches of dirt went up and over a small exposed root, then continued in a straighter line. The ground sloped gently upward as I approached the tree line. The closer I got, the quieter the air felt. I didn't realize how much the open space had been carrying sound until the forest's edge started to swallow it, like stepping into a room with thick carpeting after walking on tile. The tracks stopped at a pine tree, not near it, at it. The last two bare footprints were right at the base, one on either side toes, pointed straight toward the trunk. The tree itself wasn't particularly special at a glance. Maybe 15 inches across, bark gray-brown rough, branches starting 8 feet up, needles whispering faintly overhead. Then I saw the cuts. About chest height, the bark had been carved into a patch maybe 2 hands wide where the surface was stripped back to raw, pale wood. At first I thought it was just random damage from an animal or lightning. Then my brain arranged it. Tallies. 7 of them in a neat horizontal row. 4 verticals, a diagonal slash through, 4 verticals, a slash, over and over, 7 rows of 7. 49 marks, each one a confident, deliberate stroke. No hesitation, no half-scratched lines. Whoever had made them hadn't been guessing. They knew exactly how many they were cutting. The wood was fresh. Not brand new, the exposed patch had started to dry, oxidizing from pale cream to light tan, but the edges of each incision were still crisp. Tiny curls of shaved bark clung to the ridges. When I leaned in, I could smell sap, sharp, almost citrusy. These were not years old. They weren't even months old. They'd been made recently. I stared at the grid of 7s until my vision blurred. The coincidence was too much. The notebook in my pack full of tallies in groups of 7. The half-finished 8th group on the last page. Now this, a physical version of the same compulsive counting, etched into living wood. A breeze slipped through the clearing cooler, now raising goosebumps along my arms. For a moment, the quiet was so complete I could hear the faintest sound, something plasticky, ticking gently against bark higher up on the tree. I frowned, looking up into the branches, and saw the next part. Hanging from a low limb at about eye level was that wrong shape you don't want to see in the woods unless you put it there yourself. At first I thought it was trash, some snagged grocery bag left flapping by wind. Then the outline sharpened in my mind. Small body, limbs limp, fur matted, a squirrel. It dangled from a thin line of something fishing line monofilament, tied in a tight noose around its midsection. The line led back up to the branch, dug into the bark in a shallow groove where it had shifted and sawed with every move of wind. The squirrel wasn't fresh, but it wasn't rotted to bones either. Its fur bristled unevenly, rain-dampened, and then dried stiff. The eyes were gone dark hollows where flies had done their work. The tail hung like a ruined brush. I'm a hunter. I've gutted deer. Blood doesn't bother me the way it bothers some people. But something about the way this thing was posed, centered right above the carved tallies, hanging still, except for the slightest sway, made bile rise in my throat. I took a step back without deciding to. The line creaked softly as it shifted. In the moving air, it made a faint, eerie whistle, just a note or two high and thin like breath forced through someone else's teeth. That sound, more than anything, made the hair on my arms stand up. Someone had done this. Someone had stood exactly where I was standing, carved those tally marks, then tied a dead squirrel to a line and hung it directly above their count. Not for food, not for defense, for a message. I just hadn't figured out yet who it was for. For a long moment, all I could do was stand there between the tree and the clearing, caught between the carved marks at my eye level and the dead weight of the squirrel above them. The wind picked up again, a thin, searching gust that slipped between the trunks and found the fishing line. The squirrel swayed a little, not much, but enough that the line rubbed in its groove on the bark with a tiny, high-pitched sound. Not a creak, not exactly. More like a whistle that hadn't decided if it was a note or just air. See-eep, see-eep. It threaded through the space between my ears in a way the bigger sounds hadn't. It felt weirdly intentional, like something trying to get my attention in the most delicate way possible. I took another step back, my boot crunching on something brittle, a bone fragment maybe. I didn't look down to confirm. My brain was doing that thing it does when it's overloaded, latching onto numbers. 49 tallies on the tree, 7 by 7. The same shape over and over. The notebook in my pack, full of the same marks. Page after page of 5-stroke clusters grouped in 7s. The last page unfinished. 6 neat groups. 1 group of 4 trailing off. I realized my hand was already on the zipper of my backpack. I don't remember deciding to go get it. My body must have made the call without consulting the part of me that was still stuck on the hanging shape and the whistle of the line. I retraced my steps to the tent in a kind of tunnel vision. The clearing felt too open now, like a stage. The circle of bare prints around my tent seemed more obvious with every pass I made by them, even though I deliberately kept my eyes off the ground. Inside the tent, everything was where I'd left it. Sleeping bag, rumpled pad, half-deflated rifle laid exactly parallel to the zipper. The familiar sight somehow made my stomach twist harder instead of calming me. It looked naive suddenly, like a diorama of Guy on solo trip in some cosmic museum. I unzipped the pack fingers clumsy and fished out the notebook. It felt even colder now than it had in the mold tent. Maybe my hands were just warmer. Maybe I was noticing more. I didn't sit. I didn't want to be that low to the ground with the tent wall so close to my back. I crouched instead, bracing the notebook against my thigh as I flipped to the last page. 6 full groups of 7. 1 group of 4. The tally marks here were darker than the earlier pages. The indentations deeper, like whoever had made them had been pressing harder by the end. My IT brain did what it always does with patterns, tried to map it to something familiar. Schedules, intervals, cron jobs, 7 this, 7 that. Whoever this had been, they weren't making random marks. This was tracking something. Sleep days, sober nights, survived, or days between. What the thought tried to form, and I pushed it down. It didn't matter what the marks represented. What mattered was the timing. 49 on the tree, 6 groups plus 4 in the notebook. I'd assumed yesterday each tally was a day. The last incomplete group meant day 8 of some cycle had been interrupted. But standing there with the book feeling the weight of the forest pressing in, the idea shifted. What if the notebook wasn't a log of the past? What if it was a schedule for the future? I flipped back a page. More groups. I started counting under my breath. 1, 2, 3. The pages blurred, but the patterns stayed sharp. Every time I reached the bottom of a page, my thumb flipped, and the next one picked up without a break. Sevens, sevens, sevens. Not perfectly aligned, but consistent enough that it felt like the same hand, the same rhythm over and over. My lips moved faster. 27, 28, 29. By the time I reached the last page again, my knees hurt and my throat was tight. Whoever had owned this had been marking something for months, maybe longer. Each group of 7 could be days, weeks, people, attempts. The hanging squirrel flashed in my mind, swinging gently over the carved grid. The bare prints around my tent, the deep ones where someone had stood and watched. The whispers, the scratching, the number 7, 7 strokes of the wiper. Pause, 7 tallies. Pause, 7 rows carved into the tree. 7 of what another gust wormed its way through the branches outside found that fishing line again. The whistle came faintly through the tent wall, muffled but still precise. See. The sound made my skin crawl. It also snapped something into place. I grabbed my watch from where it lay near my sleeping bag, the face catching a bit of gray light. I checked the date, counted backward. I hadn't planned the exact day I'd leave. It had just worked out. PTO approved weather decent truck packed. I'd picked a Thursday because it felt like a clean break, leave midweek, come back the next slip into work again, like I'd only been gone a long weekend. Back in the apartment, the choice had felt random. Here, with the book in my hand and the forest around me, it stopped feeling that way. I thought about the forum posts, the timestamps. How long ago someone had mentioned the weird old tent out here. The way the moderator had edited out specific directions for safety. The last page of the notebook. 6 full groups. 1 group of 4. 4 marks. If each mark stood for a day in the last week of some cycle, then that last group had been interrupted on day 4. Something had stopped the person writing it from finishing. That was what? 3 days ago, 4. My brain did the math twice, fighting with itself, refusing the conclusion even as the numbers lined up. If they'd been updating this daily, if they'd been carving those marks into the tree to mirror whatever they'd been tracking in the notebook, then the 49 tallies on the bark would represent the last 7 complete groups. The notebook was ahead. 6 more groups, plus 4. 7 by 7 on the tree. 7 by 7 and some change in the book. They'd been working their way towards something. Maybe starting the tree over when it got full. Maybe switching from paper to bark once they'd committed. I had a sudden vivid image of someone standing where I'd just stood, knife in hand, slicing that 4th line into the bark under the squirrel. And then stopping. Interrupted, pulled away, called off. Never getting to make the 5th. I flipped the notebook shut, my thumb pressing into the soft cardboard hard enough to bend it. Schedule. That word had a particular flavor for me. Outlook reminders, recurring tasks, automated scripts that ran every night at 2 a.m., whether you were at your desk or not. Whatever this was, days, victims, rituals, it wasn't just a record. It was something like a job, and someone had let it fall 3 ticks short. I don't know why my brain leapt to that next thought. Maybe it was the 7-beat wipers, the way they'd seemed to fall into rhythm with the road, the drive, the whole trip. Maybe it was the empty space where the old tent had been, as if the forest had reset itself overnight, cleared the board for a new piece. Maybe it was just that I've spent too much time staring at grids, calendars, spreadsheets, task trackers. When you live in boxes and rows, long enough gaps stand out. If the last group in the notebook had stalled at 4, that left 3 marks to complete the set of 7. 3. What? 3 days. 3 more nights. 3 people my heart kicked hard, then stumbled. I thought about last night, the whispers, the bare feet, the way the footsteps had broken and scattered when I shouted and mentioned the rifle. Whoever they were, however many they'd backed off. For now. The whistle threaded through again, right on cue. Zip. I shoved the notebook into my jacket pocket without caring about the dirt smearing on the fabric. I crawled out of the tent and stood the clearing tipping slightly under my feet. The tree loomed at the edge like a tally mark itself, a vertical line against the horizontal smear of sky. The cuts on its trunk seemed darker now that I knew exactly how many there were. 7 rows done. 1 row somewhere waiting to be finished. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the tree line. Okay, I said, my breath puffing white. Message received. I didn't say I'm not staying out loud, but it felt like that was the next line in the conversation. Whatever this place was, whatever pattern someone had started out here, I had stumbled into the middle of it like an idiot walking into the last 10 minutes of a horror movie and saying, "What did I miss?" I walked back to the tree against every self-preservation instinct I had and forced myself to look at the tallies one more time. 49. That number had felt abstract in math class. Here, carved into living wood under a dead animal, it felt crushingly specific. Above the grids, just at the edge of the carved area, there was a small, shallow scratch, almost too faint to see. Not a full tally, not part of the pattern. Just a single line at a slightly different angle, like someone had started to make the first stroke of something and stopped. My heart rate spiked again. I reached up without thinking, fingers hovering an inch from the bark. The fishing line whined as another puff of wind swung the squirrel. The whistle it made this time was lower, like a sigh dragged through teeth. I stepped back. My brain traitor that it is supplied one more interpretation. If each group of 7 was a cycle, and there were 7 of those on the tree that made 49 completed events. The notebook had 49 and then some. What if they hadn't stopped? What if they'd just moved the log? I looked back at my own tent, at the tracks circling it, at the truck hidden partly by the trees, paint dulled by dust and branches. If the last bar of the 8th group in the notebook fell 3 short, and I'd arrived 3 days after the last mark, then today wasn't just a day. It was the day. The day the next set of 7 was supposed to be completed. I felt it like a drop in an elevator, my stomach weightless, my skin suddenly too tight. That's what finally broke through the numb shock and turned into urgency. I didn't think I should go soon. I thought very clearly, I am not staying here to see what they're counting. Once I understood that today was supposed to be the day my body decided to move, before my brain finished arguing about it. The thought wasn't elegant. No pros and cons list, no careful weighing of how irrational I might sound describing this to anyone back home. It was just a blunt, heavy conclusion dropped into the center of me: get out. I backed away from the counting tree without turning my back on it until the last possible second. The squirrel swung line, whispering against bark, that thin whine following me like a mosquito I couldn't swat. My tent looked different when I came back into the clearing. Same shape, same color. But mentally, it had shifted categories from base camp to open mouth. The circle of bare prints around it might as well have been drawn in red. I didn't bother being neat. Stuffing gear is sacrilege to anyone who camps regularly. You're supposed to roll, fold, compress. Technique matters. That morning, technique didn't. I yanked the sleeping bag out of the tent in one movement, foam pad still half inflated underneath. I punched the valve open with my thumb, barely waited for the hiss of air before folding the pad in half and jamming it into the pack on top of the rest. The bag I just crammed nylon squealing against nylon, the whole thing bulging wrong. Every sound I made felt too loud. Zippers rasping, buckles snapping, poles collapsing with metallic clacks. The forest soaked the noise up and gave nothing back. No birds, no squirrels, no far-off coyotes. Just me, my breathing, and the occasional protesting creak of a plastic buckle forced closed under too much strain. The whole time I had the distinct skin-crawling sensation of being watched. Not from one direction, from all of them. Every time I turned toward the tree line, I half expected to catch someone standing there just inside the shadow, lined up with a trunk tallies carved into their skin instead of bark. I imagined pale faces between branches, eyes dark and flat heads, angled slightly, like they were making sure they got the count right. I didn't see anyone. That somehow made it worse. By the time the last stake was out of the ground, my hands were shaking hard enough that the aluminum chimed against itself. I scooped them up in a fist and tossed them into the pack without caring if they bent. The tent came down in a sagging collapse. I balled the whole thing and strapped it to the outside of the pack in a messy roll. I took one last look at the clearing. The spot where the old tent had been was still just clean, innocent ground. My own tent's footprint was obvious, a rectangle of flattened grass, a darker patch where my body heat had chased off the frost. The circle of bare prints beyond it seemed deeper now that the light had shifted, each one a small, undeniable statement. We were here, we were here, we were here. Not staying, I muttered, as if saying it aloud could make it more real. Not today. Not me. The notebook thudded against my chest inside my jacket with every breath. I slung the pack on, felt the straps bite into my shoulders, grabbed the rifle, and did not look back at the counting tree. The truck was where I'd left it mercifully untouched. For a second, I had an image of all 4 tires slashed like Aiden's had been rubber-shredded vehicle dead. The wave of relief when I saw intact sidewalls made my knees weak. I did a clumsy, unnecessary walk-around anyway, fingers skimming each tire, checking lug nuts, as if something that lived in tallies and whispers cared about hand-tight torque. The keys felt too small in my hand when I pulled them from my pocket, too flimsy for the amount of hope I was putting on them. I slid into the driver's seat, dropped the rifle along the passenger side, and jammed the key into the ignition. "Come on," I whispered. The engine turned over on the first try, catching with a deep, familiar rumble that felt like the closest thing to prayer I'd had in months. The dashboard lit up in its usual way, little icons blinking awake, including the GPS. The map app loaded to the last half-usable screen. It had cached a green-gray smear with a thin line of forest road, a blue triangle marking my general area. No signal bars, no 4G, no LTE, just the top left corner quietly announcing no service. That was fine. I didn't need directions. I just needed to get back to something with a name. I put the truck in reverse. Backing out the way I'd come in had seemed like an interesting challenge when I first pulled off the forest road. A fun little test of my off-road skills. Now it felt like trying to thread a needle while blindfolded and being timed. The overgrown track allowed maybe 3 inches clearance on either side of the truck. Branches arched low enough to scrape the roof. In reverse, the world narrowed to what I could see in the rear view, in the side mirrors, and in the white glare of my own backup camera's washed-out image. I eased off the brake and let the truck roll, adding gas in tiny increments. Branches immediately reached for us. They scraped along the doors and windows with a sound that made my shoulders crawl, a dry fingernails-on-paint screech that modulated depending on thickness and angle. Over the windshield, I could hear the hiss and tap of needles and twigs raking across the roof like something running its hand greedily over every inch of metal. I kept both hands locked on the wheel elbows, tight eyes flicking from mirror to mirror. The truck's chassis bumped and lurched over the same ruts I'd crawled through the day before, only now I had less control, less visibility, and an audience I couldn't see. Every time the rear tires dropped into a dip, my stomach dropped with them. I pictured the truck getting high-centered, the wheels spinning uselessly, engine screaming, while the forest leaned in closer. Behind all of that mechanical noise, every creak and scrape, I heard something else in my head. The sound of bare feet in damp dirt padding just outside the frame. As I inched backward, the notebook thumped against my sternum in its miserable little rhythm. I became weirdly conscious of my own heartbeat too. It felt like everything was moving in cycles again, bump, scrape, thump, beat. 4, 5, 6. Don't count, I told myself. Don't start. The tunnels of branches overhead occasionally let in shafts of cold light like brief spotlights. The backup camera's screen flickered as shadows crossed it, the image pixelating, smoothing, pixelating again. Once, for half a second, the static resolved into a ripple of gray that almost looked like figures between the trees. I squeezed my eyes shut for one blink, then reopened them. Just trees, just branches. Watch the road, I muttered to myself. Watch the road, not the ghosts. It felt like hours, but in reality it was probably less than 10 minutes before the overgrowth thinned. The branches that had been clawing at the roof retreated upward. The gravel under the tires evened out ruts, shallower bumps, less violent. We spilled backwards onto the forest road like a cork popping free. I hit the brake hard. The truck rocked to a stop, suspension groaning. Suddenly there was space on all sides. The trees still crowded the edges, but now they were at a polite distance. I shifted into drive hands, trembling on the shifter, and sat there for a second, engine idling lungs, dragging air in and out, like they'd forgotten how to do it on their own. The temptation to get out to walk around one more time, maybe even to look back down that overgrown path, and confirm that it was just dirt and leaves and not a grave mouth, was strong. I resisted it. I kept my seatbelt on, tightened my grip on the wheel, and pressed the gas. The truck rolled forward. The little blue triangle on the GPS map crept along the thin gray line that was the forest road. No service still. Just cached imagery and whatever my truck's brain remembered from the last time it had talked to a satellite. The forest on either side seemed to track our progress trunks, flicking past in my peripheral vision like tally marks carved against the sky. At one point, the urge to check the rear view overwhelmed me. I glanced up. The track I'd just reversed out of was visible for a moment, before the curve took it out of view, just a shadowed gap in the tree line, like a notch missing from a row of teeth. I thought only for a second that I saw movement there. No shapes, no faces. Just the impression of something shifting, as if whatever had been in the clearing had come up to the edge to watch me leave. I didn't slow down to get a better look. A few miles later, my phone buzzed weakly on the passenger seat. 1 bar, then 2, then back to 1. The GPS app seemed to sense it. The no service indicator blinked once. Then the little spinning wheel appeared in the corner as it tried to update. The map flickered, zoomed out, then in the roads, smoothing out names, popping into existence. For a split second less than that, really something flashed across the top of the screen. A banner, white text on a translucent gray bar. Route 8 completed. Then it was gone. The screen snapped back to showing my tiny blue triangle on a now accurate map, the forest road connecting to a numbered highway. The banner didn't return. I almost drove off the shoulder. Did you see that I said out loud stupidly to an empty cab? Of course no one did. I blinked 3 times fast and checked again. The GPS now showed the usual stuff. Distance to the nearest town, estimated travel time, a polite suggestion about the fastest route back to Bozeman. No Route 8, no completed. I told myself it was just some leftover artifact from a trip I'd taken months ago, a cached route, some glitch in the interface dredged up by a bad handshake between old data and fresh signal. I also knew with the same cold certainty I'd felt at the counting tree that I had never in my life created a route labeled 8. My throat tightened. I looked at the no longer empty signal bars, then at the road ahead, then at the mirror. The forest had thinned to scrub and then to open hills. The sky widened. A pickup truck passed going the other way, its driver giving me the standard 2-finger steering wheel lift in greeting. Just like that, the world started pretending it was normal again. I drove the rest of the way back in a kind of numb autopilot, stopped for gas at a station where the bathroom smelled like bleach and cheap air freshener. Watched a kid in a hoodie pump fuel into a Subaru with a ski rack. Heard country music leaking out of someone's open window. Every now and then, my hand drifted up to my chest, pressing the outline of the notebook through my jacket, confirming it was still there. The tally marks inside felt heavier than the paper they were written on. Later, back in my apartment with the heater clicking on and the light from the parking lot seeping in around the blinds, I sat on the couch and opened it again. The tallies hadn't changed. 6 full groups, 1 group of 4. I counted them twice anyway, fingers tracing the air above each mark, like I was checking for a pulse. The GPS banner flickered in my memory. 8 completed. 8 what? 8 days. 8 trips. 8 people. If the last 3 tallies in that final group were meant to be filled today, and I'd been the only warm body in that clearing all night, then leaving should have ruined whatever pattern they were working. The fact that a device that shouldn't have known anything about tent circles and carved trees had marked 8 completed made the breath go out of me in a slow, shaky exhale. I'd left. I'd driven away. Physically, I was fine. I never saw bare footprints in the snow outside my building. No one tapped on my windows at 3 a.m., but I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't actually escaped. That somewhere on paper, on bark, on a screen, someone had drawn a line through a 7th mark and leaned back, satisfied. I'd been tallied, counted, filed under done. Now when I drive in the rain and my wipers fall into that 7-beat rhythm again, skreek, 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 skreek. I catch myself checking the dash for that banner. Route complete. Cycle finished. And every time I open my apartment door at the end of the day, there's a half-second pause where I imagine a napkin tucked under it, or a note slid through the seam, 8, thank you. So far there's been nothing. Just the hum of the fridge, the click of the heater, and some nights when it's very, very quiet, the faintest phantom sound of something swinging gently in the dark counting. The drive back into town felt like waking up from anesthesia. Everything was the same, technically. Same highway signs, same billboards pushing casinos and car dealerships, same fast food logos rising up at the edge of every exit. But it all looked flatter, like someone had turned the saturation down on the world. I pulled into my apartment complex just after sunset. The sodium lights in the parking lot had already clicked on, bathing the cracked asphalt in that dirty orange glow that makes every car look the same age. A couple of kids were messing around near the dumpsters, their laughter thin and high, echoing off the concrete stairwells. I found my usual spot. The truck's engine ticked as it cooled. When I shut the door, the sound of it closing was too crisp in the chilly air, the thunk bouncing between the buildings like it didn't know where to go. My keys felt heavier than they should have as I climbed the stairs. 3rd floor. Same peeling numbers on the door, same scuff marks from moving furniture in and out. There was a pizza flyer tucked in the frame, I pulled it out, half expecting a note written on the back in block letters. Just toppings and a coupon code. My hand hesitated on the doorknob for a second. It's stupid, I know that. But standing there, keys in one hand, overnight bag cutting into my shoulder, a very specific thought flashed through my mind. What if something's been in there waiting? Not a person. Not exactly. Something that counts. I twisted the knob anyway and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. Not mold or rot or anything wrong, just the stale, familiar mix of my own life condensed old coffee detergent dust, the faint hint of takeout containers from before I left. It should have been comforting. Instead, it made the apartment feel like a stage set I'd wandered onto by mistake. I dropped the bag by the door. The click of the deadbolt sliding into place behind me sounded weirdly small after the weight of the forest closing in. My fridge hummed in the kitchen. The baseboard heater ticked twice and then kicked on with a low, steady rush. For a second, I just stood there listening to my own home like it was a new environment I had to learn. I went through the motions, checked the windows even though I'd locked them before I left. Pulled the blinds tighter. Turned on the main light in the living room, then the one above the stove. The brightness made my eyes ache. The notebook was still in my jacket pocket, a rectangular pressure against my ribs. I should have tossed it immediately, I know that now. Dropped it in the dumpster with the pizza flyers and broken down boxes. Burned it. Left it on a bench somewhere like a cursed item in a bad movie. Instead, I took it out, looked at it for half a second, then slid it into the drawer of my nightstand, like it was nothing more than an old passport I didn't want to lose. I made instant ramen for dinner. The kettle whistled, then clicked off. The sound of the water hitting the dry noodles was ridiculously loud in the quiet kitchen. Every small noise felt magnified, like someone had turned my hearing up, but only for the wrong frequencies. I went to bed early, more out of exhaustion than intention. The mattress should have felt like heaven after the sleeping pad. Instead, it felt unstable, like it might tip me out at any second. Sleep did not come. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, watching the reflected glow of the parking lot lights drift in bands as cars came and went outside. Shadows from tree branches outside my window moved slowly across the wall like long fingers. That's when I noticed the ringing. I've had mild tinnitus for years. Comes with too many concerts, too many nights with headphones turned up to drown out other things. A faint high whine at the edge of perception. Usually I can ignore it. This was different. It wasn't a pure tone. It wasn't consistent. It wavered in a way that suggested words that never quite formed. Like whispers dragged out until all the consonants dissolved and only the breath remained. I tried to tell myself it was just my body catching up. 3 nights of bad sleep, 1 night of basically none adrenaline crash. My heart hammered anyway, beating too hard against my ribs. I rolled onto my side, pulled the blanket up over my shoulder, and closed my eyes. Behind my eyelids, I saw tallies. Not just in the notebook, not just carved into the tree. They were everywhere, stacked along the edges of my vision, climbing the walls of the clearing burned into the inside of my skull. Each one a little cut in reality, neat and patient. At some point I must have dozed because I jerked awake to the sound of something snapping. It took me a few seconds to realize it was just the heater cycling off. My alarm clock glowed 3:17 a.m. in digital red. Of course it was. I lay there, breath held, listening. The building creaked in its usual ways. A pipe somewhere ticked. A car door slammed outside, then a muffled voice called someone's name. Normal sounds, city sounds, between them in the gaps that not quite whistle threaded through again. It sounded enough like the fishing line rubbing against bark that my hands clenched in the sheets. I told myself it was my tinnitus. It didn't help. The days that followed blurred together. I logged into work, answered emails, sat through video meetings where everyone else's biggest concern was a release deadline and whether or not we should switch ticketing systems. On my screen, their faces were broken up into tidy squares, boxes in a grid. I caught myself counting them one day, 5 across 3 down, 15. Add the second page of attendees, plus the dial-in audio only, plus Ryan thoughts. I blinked. Someone was sharing their screen. The cursor hovered over a list of server names, each one a little line in a column. My chest tightened. Yeah, I said. Looks good. Just monitor it closely the first night. Make sure the scheduled jobs don't stack. Right, my boss said. You okay, man? You look tired. Did some camping, I said. Didn't sleep great. He laughed. That's why I don't go outside, he said. Too many things that can kill you. The joke landed heavier with me than he intended. That night, I woke up twice with my heart pounding, sure I'd heard bare feet on my floor. Both times when I forced myself to get up and check, there was nothing. Just the soft thud of my own soles on the laminate, the hum of the fridge, the distant whine of a siren somewhere across town. The forest had come home with me anyway. I tried to find the clearing online. At first it was just a curiosity thing. If I could pull it up on a map, see the satellite view, trace the path I'd taken, categorize it, it might shrink it back down to something rational. I typed in every combination of keywords I could think of: Helena Lewis and Clark unofficial camping clearing, old abandoned tent, Montana forest, tally marks, tree weird, backcountry story. I found a lot of things: trip reports, hunting blogs, a Reddit thread about someone hearing flutes in the woods at night, but nothing that matched. No mention of an old olive green tent that had been there for years. No mention of a clearing with a tree carved 767. I went back to the forum where I'd found the original hint. The thread was still there. The username who'd posted about unofficial spots was still active, judging by their post history. The mod edit was still visible. Directions removed: do not share specific locations. I read every reply again. There was one from someone talking about a weird vibe in one of the places near there, mentioning that they'd noped out after one night because of some creepy stuff I don't even want to type. Nobody had given details. It gnawed at me. On the 4th night back, after another 3-hour bout of lying awake, listening to my own blood in my ears, I gave in. I made an account. Not under my name, some throwaway combo of letters and numbers that looked just real enough to pass. I clicked new topic in the backcountry section and stared at the empty text box for a long time. I tried to start casually. Hey, has anyone camped off the forest road near? I stopped, deleted it, started again. The words that eventually came out were half confession, half probe. Went solo camping in Helena Lewis and Clark, followed some old forum directions to an unofficial spot. Found an old tent already there, moldy, abandoned. Inside was a notebook full of tally marks in groups of 7. Heard people, voices outside my tent at night. Bare footprints in the morning. Tree nearby had 7 tallies carved into it. Anyone know what that is? Been there, I hovered over post for a good 30 seconds, then clicked it before I could talk myself out of it. There was something immediately relieving about seeing it out there in black and white, not just hanging around in my head. If someone replied with, "Yeah, man, that's just X," I could file it away. If no one replied, I could at least tell myself I'd tried. I shut the laptop and went to microwave leftovers. The ding of the timer made me flinch. When I came back, there was already a notification banner at the top of the forum window: 1 new message. Not a reply in the thread, a direct message. My stomach dropped in a slow, deliberate way. I clicked my inbox icon, One new conversation. No avatar. Username 777, no posting history. Account created that day. I opened the message. There was no greeting. No, hey, no, I read your post. Just one sentence. You kept the notebook. The microwave hummed behind me in the kitchen, its fan still spinning down. Somewhere in the building, a door slammed. The tinnitus in my ears swelled, then dipped like someone whispering right up against the drum. My cursor hovered over the reply box. My fingers wouldn't move. I hadn't mentioned keeping it in my post. The fridge kicked off with a soft click. In the sudden quiet of my apartment, the distance between the forest and my living room collapsed into nothing. I stared at the sentence on my screen until the pixels blurred. You kept the notebook. It sat there in my inbox, simple and flat, like it hadn't just reached across 4 hours of highway and 3 inches of digital glass to put a hand on the back of my neck. I hadn't mentioned keeping it in the forum post. I'd just said I'd found it. The details I'd typed were already pushing my comfort zone. The idea of admitting I'd taken the thing home had felt like too much. Yet here we were. My first genius move was denial. I clicked on the sender's profile. 777, account created that day. No posts, no other messages, no bio. The kind of thing you could set up in 40 seconds on a lunch break. Could have been anyone, I told myself. Someone guessed. People always keep creepy stuff in ghost stories. It's a trope. My second move was less denial and more something like bargaining. I opened the nightstand drawer. The notebook was exactly where I'd left it, wedged between an old paperback and a tangle of phone chargers. For some reason, I'd expected it to feel warmer when I picked it up, like it had absorbed the heat of my apartment. It didn't. The cardboard cover was cold, damp feeling almost though my room was bone dry. I flipped it open at the middle. Same tallies, same neat clusters of 5s grouped in 7s. My fingerprints from earlier had left faint smudge arcs on one page. I flipped to the last. 6 full groups. 1 group of 4. No new marks. Not yet. I closed it and stood there in the soft light from my bedside lamp heart, knocking against my ribs in that tired, overused way it had taken on since the trip. The message, it was nothing on its own. 4 words from a stranger online. It didn't prove anything about anything. But combined with the clearing, the tree, the squirrel, the banner on my GPS, it was one more mark in a pattern I didn't want to see. I did not reply to 777. I closed the laptop instead, the casing making a soft thump as it shut. The apartment suddenly felt smaller, the walls a fraction closer. That was the moment I decided to get rid of the notebook. Not in a symbolic ritual way. No candles or chants. Just an ordinary, mundane throw this trash away and be done with the whole thing. If it was bait, I wasn't going to keep holding it. I grabbed my jacket, slid the notebook into the inside pocket, and headed downstairs. The hallway outside my apartment smelled like boiled vegetables and someone's over-perfumed laundry detergent. The fluorescent fixtures hummed overhead, light flickering just enough to be noticeable if you looked straight at it. My footsteps echoed down the stairwell, hard rubber on concrete, hollow and steady. The dumpsters sat at the far end of the lot near the access road. The air outside was cold enough to make my breath visible. The sodium lamps buzzed the light, turning my truck and the neighboring cars into flat, two-dimensional cutouts. I walked to the furthest dumpster, not the one everyone used, but the one half hidden behind the others, the lid always a little askew. When I lifted it, the hinges squealed. The smell of garbage, sweet, sour, and chemical rolled out. I took the notebook out of my pocket and held it for a second. It looked smaller under the parking lot lights. Just a piece of cardboard and paper, a thing that should have gone soft and unreadable the first time it got damp. "Stay here," I said, because apparently my brain thought it was important to be polite to cursed objects. Then I tossed it in. It landed on top of a stack of black bags with a soft, almost respectful thump. I shut the lid. The metal clanged, echoing, then settled. On the way back to my apartment, I had that sensation again, that prickling between the shoulder blades, like someone was standing in one of the parked car's shadows watching. Every time I glanced, there was no one. I slept badly that night. No surprise there. The tinnitus did its whisper impression routine. I woke twice certain I'd heard footsteps in the hall, soft and bare, stopping outside my door. When I looked through the peephole, the corridor was empty. Just the same beige wall, the same emergency exit sign down at the end, casting its sickly red glow. Morning came eventually. It always does, whether you want it or not. I went through the motion, shower, coffee, laptop open on the dining table. The first stand-up call blurred past. I said yeah, and make sense at appropriate times. Around 10, I realized I was out of coffee grounds. The idea of getting through the rest of the day without caffeine felt almost as alarming as tally trees, so I threw on shoes and a hoodie and headed for the door. The hallway was quiet. A vacuum cleaner whined faintly from a floor below, someone doing their best impression of a normal life. I locked my apartment behind me and turned toward the stairwell and nearly tripped over the package. It was propped neatly against my door frame like a cat leaving a dead mouse. Brown paper, about the size of a hardcover book. No Amazon logo, no bright brand name, no postage, no return address. Just a box that had not been there an hour earlier when I dragged myself out of bed and went to get my first cup of coffee. My first thought was, oh good, someone delivered to the wrong unit. My second thought, coming hard on its heels, was no one delivers like this without a label. The cardboard was slightly damp at the edges from the morning air. The top was secured with a strip of clear packing tape pressed down so smoothly there were no bubbles. My name wasn't written on it. No name was. I looked up and down the hallway, half expecting to catch a neighbor's door closing, someone pulling back from their peephole. Nothing. The vacuum cleaner whine came up through the floor. Somewhere far off, a door slammed, the sound dull through layers of building. I picked up the package. It weighed about what you'd expect for its size. Maybe a pound. The corners were slightly soft, like there was padding inside. My fingers left little crescents in the paper when I squeezed. I took it back into the apartment, because where else was I going to open it? The parking lot. The lock clicked behind me. The fridge hummed. The apartment suddenly felt like an observation room with one-way glass, and I wasn't on the side with the mirror. I set the box on the kitchen counter and stared at it for a full minute. Just open it, I told myself. It's probably some stupid promotional thing. Free sample. Cliff Bars for people who search camping too much. I slid a knife under the edge of the tape and sliced. The sound it made, rrrrep, was too close to the sound of carving into bark. My shoulders tensed. Inside, under a layer of plain white tissue paper, was a notebook. My notebook. The same cheap cardboard cover. The same dimensions down to the frayed corner where I'd bent it a little, picking it up in the tent. There was a smudge on the front from where my thumb had brushed dried mud. It was impossible. I knew that. I had watched myself throw this thing into the dumpster. I picked it up anyway. It was cold. Colder than it had any right to be, given that it had apparently spent the last hour in a heated hallway against my door. There was something else in the box, a single photograph. A standard 4:6 print, no white border, glossy. I set the notebook down and lifted the photo by the edges, fingers careful not to touch the image. Habit. Some part of me thinking evidence, even as the rest of my brain screamed that this was not a police situation, this was something else. The picture was of my building, specifically of my apartment, taken from street level across the parking lot. The angle matched the line from the dumpsters almost exactly. You could see the row of third-floor windows, each one a slightly different shade of drawn blinds and curtains. Mine stood out. The blinds were half open in the shot. Light spilled through the gap, painting a faint square on the exterior wall. In the middle of that light, just behind the glass, was a vague human silhouette. Shoulders, head, the slope of someone leaning slightly forward. It could have been anyone. The timestamp in the bottom corner and that little digital font that every cheap printer uses read 02-17-8, no date, just time. I hadn't opened my blinds in days. I looked at the photo, then at my front window. The blinds were drawn tight slats overlapping. My reflection looked back at me faintly, in the glass eye's too wide mouth, a thin line. I flipped the photo over. Nothing written on the back. Nothing needed to be. It said without words. We know exactly how far you are from where you left us. We know exactly where you sleep. I picked up the notebook again. My hands were sweating now, the moisture beading on the cover and refusing to soak in. I opened it. The first pages were the same. Rows and rows of tallies in the original hand, small, consistent, almost dainty. Each cluster of 5 had been done with the same pressure. Each group of 7 separated by the same small gap. The ink had that faded gray color of old ballpoint. About halfway through, something changed. The groups were still there, still in 7s, but here and there, the 7th mark, the diagonal slash, was darker, thicker, as if someone had gone over it twice. The angle was just a tiny bit off the stroke, more aggressive. I flipped faster. More and more of the 7th marks stood out. Some of them had cut so deep into the paper that I could feel the grooves under my fingertips' ridges, where the pen, or whatever they'd used, had gouged through and impressed itself into the next sheet. By the time I got to the last page, my pulse was hammering in my ears. The last page was no longer 6 complete groups and one of 4. It was 7 neat groups of 7, every cluster completed. 49 tallies. Each 7th line in those 7 groups was a dark, almost black trench in the paper, tearing tiny fibers up along its path. The ink there hadn't just stained, it had scarred. Below them, spaced just a little farther down than before, were 3 new tallies. 1, 2, 3. No slash yet. No diagonal. The strokes were fresh, blacker than the rest. The angle of them was different from the original hand, slightly more slanted, a fraction longer. Whoever had made them pressed hard enough to emboss the next 3 pages. I traced one lightly with my fingertip, not quite touching. There were 3 of them. 3 marks. I thought of the incomplete group I'd seen before. 4 old tallies left hanging. 4 plus 3 is 7. The penknife, whatever it was, had finished that last group. Someone, something had gone back and completed the cycle in my absence. 8 completed. My vision tunneled for a second. I gripped the edge of the counter until my knuckles went white. The handwriting was not the same. The original writer had been methodical, almost bored. These new ones were confident, possessive. The 7th mark in each cluster was practically carved, like someone was signing their work. I closed the notebook slowly because slamming it felt like an invitation to see what happened next. The fridge hummed beside me. The heater clicked on in the bedroom. Somewhere outside, a car alarm chirped as someone locked it. Normal sounds. They didn't land right. The weight of the little notebook in my hand felt disproportionate, like I was holding a brick of something heavy and dense that just happened to look like paper. On the countertop, the photograph lay face up, my dark blurred window staring back at me. The distance between that frame in the picture and the spot where I was standing now measured maybe 12 feet. Once upon a time, I'd been worried about the distance between my tent and a tree. Now I understood that distance was the whole point. Someone had stood in my parking lot, counted floors, estimated angles, raised a camera, and added a new line to their grid. They weren't just counting days in the woods anymore. They were counting how far they could reach. Right now, as I'm talking to you, my apartment sounds almost exactly like it did the night before I left for that trip. The fridge is humming in the kitchen, this low, steady vibration that you only notice when you stop pretending not to. The HVAC cut off about 10 minutes ago, and when it did, the silence it left behind felt hollow. Like somebody took a big, constant noise you didn't know you were leaning on and yanked it out from under you. I've got every other sound source shut off. No TV, no music. Laptop lid closed. Phone on airplane mode, screen face down. It's just me, you, and whatever's in the walls. I should probably explain why I'm recording this. Why I'm talking to a stranger on a horror channel instead of a therapist or a cop. Or honestly, no one at all. I tried the other routes. I really did. I tried telling myself it was all in my head. That I'd scared myself in the woods and my brain decided to keep the party going when I got home. I tried walking through the logic, old tent, weird notebook, some freak playing games online. A messed up coincidence with the GPS, a delivery mix-up. I thought if I could just power through a few weeks, get back to normal routines, all of this would file itself away under weird story you tell drunk at some future party. Instead, it kept escalating. The tinnitus that used to be a simple high whine now dips and rises. Sometimes when the apartment is very quiet, it sounds like a low, steady rumble. Not quite a voice, not quite a machine. If you've ever heard a big stone door in a movie slowly grind open, that deep, distant grating sound, imagine that, but buried 10 rooms away under the floor, under everything. You're probably not hearing it on this recording, not consciously. The mic on this cheap USB thing doesn't catch it the way my ears do, but I can feel it under my words. A low, slow, stomach-level shudder that never quite resolves into anything. I tried to find that noise. I did the stupid, rational thing, shut off the fridge at the breaker, turned the heater off, pulled every plug I could reach. The rumble stayed. Nothing in this apartment is making that sound, except me, or them, or whatever's keeping track. The notebook's on the table in front of me right now. I'm not going to open it again. I already know what's on that last page. 7 groups of 7, every 7th mark carved deep into the paper like a knife did it instead of a pen. 3 new tallies underneath, waiting for their diagonal. Waiting for the slash that will turn them into a completed set. For a while, I thought those last 3 were future tense, like a countdown. 3 more days, 3 more nights, 3 more people. Then things in my apartment started lining up in groups of 7, whether I wanted them to or not. It was little things at first. I'd find 7 coffee grounds sitting alone in the bottom of an otherwise clean mug, 7 emails flagged in my inbox, even though I only remembered marking 1 or 2. 7 steps from my bed to the bathroom, when I'd swear it had always been 6. You tell yourself you're noticing patterns because you're primed to, that your brain is working overtime finding 7s because it's seen too many of them recently. Confirmation bias. Classic. Then the scraping started. The first time I heard it, I thought it was pipes. Old buildings get that, the settling and cracking and weird little ticks as everything adjusts to the temperature. But this wasn't random. It came from the wall behind my headboard. A slow, dragging scrape like something hard pressing lightly against the drywall and moving. Not nails, not claws. More like The tip of a metal rod or the edge of a stone or some blunt instrument that had patience built into it. 7 strokes. Pause. 7 strokes. Pause. Every scrape the same length. Same travel, same pressure. Like someone on the other side was carefully drawing lines over and over, measuring the exact same distance each time. I counted the first set without meaning to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I lay there, every muscle turned to stone, listening hard enough that my ears hurt. Silence for maybe 10 seconds. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You don't really know yourself until you're lying in your own bed at 3:17 in the morning, praying for a sound to not finish its pattern. I got up, turned all the lights on, checked the wall for cracks, for bulges, for any obvious sign that something physical was causing it. Nothing. Just off-white paint, a couple of old nail holes. The next night, the scraping started again. Different wall this time. Same rhythm. 7 strokes, pause. 7 strokes, pause. It moved. Sometimes it was above me in the ceiling. Sometimes down low near the baseboards. Once terrifyingly close, it seemed to come from inside the closet. I stopped opening that door at night. You're probably asking why I didn't just move. Call a landlord, call a friend with a truck, set this whole building on fire, and never look back. I've asked myself the same thing. The answer is not noble. It's not that I was brave or curious or anything you'd want to be. The answer is that the pattern followed me when I left. I stayed with my brother one weekend just to see. Different building, different part of town, different bed. No notebook in the room. No connection to the forest, except for what was rattling around in my head. First night, 2:00 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something dragging lightly along the underside of his kitchen table. 7 strokes. Pause. 7 strokes. When I came back to my own place, the scraping returned here like nothing had changed. Whatever this is, it's not nailed to drywall. It's nailed to me, which brings us to this. Me sitting at my cheap dining table, a glass of water, sweating on a coaster, my laptop beside an external mic. The overhead light is off. The only illumination in the room is the cold glow from the monitor and the small, steady red dot of the recording light on the mic. Just me talking into the darkness, sending this out to a horror channel that specializes in stories like this. Stories you can almost believe happened. Stories you listen to on your commute or in bed or in a grocery store parking lot with the engine ticking and your headlights off. I know how this sounds. I found creepy stuff in the woods, now my house is haunted. I'd roll my eyes too if I were you. That's why I'm trying to stick to details, to distances, to sounds. Right now, as I'm saying this sentence, the fridge hum just cut off. You can probably hear that drop in the background if you're listening on decent headphones. A little dip where the low noise drops out and leaves the air strangely open. In that opening, if you listen closely, there's a different sound. Low, almost below hearing. That's the rumble I've been talking about. I didn't hear it before Montana. Now it's under everything. Under traffic, under music, under my own voice. Like stone on stone. Slow, heavy, patient. I don't know if your speakers will pick it up. That might be a blessing. The scraping hasn't started yet tonight. Most nights it waits until I'm trying to convince myself I can fall asleep. But since I hit record on this, I've noticed something else. The light on the mic keeps flickering. It's supposed to be solid red when it's recording. Has been every other time I've used it. But now every few seconds it dims. Not off, not on. Just pulses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dim, bright again. I didn't notice the pattern until I went back to listen to the first chunk of this and saw the reflection of the light in the window. 7 pulses, pause. 7 pulses, pause. I almost stopped recording right then, closed the laptop, yanked the mic cable out, thrown everything in a drawer. But I promised myself that if I was going to send this in to you, to the channel, to whoever gets this in their inbox, and decides whether it's worth reading into a microphone, I'd say the whole thing. All the way to the end. So here's the part you need to understand. I don't think they care about me telling you this. If they did, they would have stopped me already. They had plenty of chances. In the woods, on the road, in my apartment at 3:17 in the morning when I was too tired to move. They're not hiding. They're counting. They counted me. I think now they're counting you. Because that's how this works, right? You hit play on a video. You listen to a story. You picture the setting. You imagine the clearing, the tent, the tree with the tally marks carved into its skin. You hear about the scraping in some guy's walls and your brain supplies, the sound fills in. The blanks tries it on for size. You measure the distance between your bed and your own bedroom wall. Between your car and the tree line at that highway, rest stop you're parked in. Between wherever you are right now and the nearest flat, vertical surface that could hide something behind it. You start listening for it. 7 strokes. Pause. 7 strokes. Pause. That's all it needs. Attention. You. Adding your own mental mark to the grid. I don't know what the notebook was tracking originally. I don't know who started the first tally or who decided 7 was the right number or why a squirrel needed to hang over the counting tree like punctuation. I just know that a pattern that begins in a place like that doesn't stay there. It stretches. It measures. It tests how far the echo can travel. Right now, the fridge is quiet. The heater is off. The only thing making noise in this room besides my voice is that low, buried rumble. And I don't know if the mic will catch this or if it'll just sound like static, but it started. Behind me, in the wall to my left. Scrape, 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 scrape. Pause. Scrape, 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 scrape. I'm not turning around to look. I know there'll be nothing there, just paint and plaster. Maybe a faint line if I peel the drywall back and look close enough. Maybe nothing at all. It doesn't matter. I can feel each stroke in my teeth. I can feel the 7th one most of all. If you're the kind of person who rewinds parts of these stories, who likes to catch every detail, you might be tempted to go back through this audio and see if you can hear it. The rumble, the scrape, the shift in my breathing when I noticed the light flicker. I can't stop you. I'm the idiot who brought this home in the first place, who kept the notebook, who threw it away and still opened the box when it came back, who started counting instead of letting the sound be just the building. But if there's one thing I can tell you before this upload becomes another video in your recommended sidebar, it's this. If at any point while you're listening now, in a few minutes, tonight, next week, you think you hear something in your own walls matching this rhythm, if you catch yourself counting along 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if you hear the 7th scrape, don't count it. Just stop listening. What makes this story unsettling isn't just the whispers, the tally marks, or the idea of something scraping inside the walls. It's how ordinary everything around it is. A small apartment, a bad divorce, a remote job, a solo camping trip that could easily be a self-healing vlog on YouTube. The horror grows in the cracks of a normal life, and that's exactly why it feels so real. At its core, this story is about patterns and control. Ryan is a guy whose whole life is built on systems, IT work schedules, recurring jobs. When his emotional life collapses, he reaches for another system, disappear into the wilderness, reset, come back better. Instead, he stumbles into a pattern that feels bigger than him. The tallies, the sevens, the scraping, the GPS message, these are all ways the story talks about something many adults quietly live with. The fear that we are being counted, watched, or measured by forces we don't fully understand. That force could be a supernatural entity, or it could be depression, anxiety, burnout, unresolved grief. There's a subtle positive message under the dread he listens to himself. He doesn't stay to prove he's not crazy. He doesn't macho his way into another night to get answers. Once he senses that the pattern is wrong, that today is the day he leaves. In horror, that's rare. In real life, that's a skill, knowing when to walk away from something that feels wrong, even if you can't explain it perfectly to other people. Another powerful thread is how sound becomes a language of fear. The 7-beat rhythm moves from wipers to tallies, to tree bark, to scraping in the wall, and finally into the listener's imagination. It mirrors how intrusive thoughts work. Once a rhythm gets into your head, it shows up everywhere. The story uses that idea to blur the line between haunting and mental loop. The message isn't "you're doomed if you hear something." It's more like be careful what you give your focus to, because attention is a form of permission. The ending where Ryan records his confession for a horror channel is especially interesting. He's terrified, but he's also doing something deeply human, turning his fear into a story and offering it to others. That's a kind of courage. Even in the last line, if you hear the 7th scrape, don't count it. Just stop listening. There's a twisted kind of care. He can't save himself maybe, but he's trying to give you a boundary. In a way, this is a story about adulthood, about how you carry invisible things, guilt patterns, memories back from the forest into your apartment, and how you decide what you let stay. If you were in Ryan's place, hearing patterns, seeing signs, not sure if it's supernatural or your own mind, who would you tell first? And what's the very first step you think you'd take to protect your own peace?